Hearing? Okay, let's start. Right, good morning. We're here in the city of Kenmore on October 15th, 2015. I'm Ted Hunter, who's a hearing officer appointed by the city of Kenmore to hear and decide certain land use applications and appeals. This morning we're here to hear an appeal filed by Ann Hurst, the appellant, challenging the city's threshold determination that was made on a proposal for a Log Boom Park pedestrian bridge. Ms. Hurst is here as the appellant and I believe has some witnesses she would like to call today. As the appellant, she does have the burden of proof to show that the city made an error in issuing its threshold determination, claiming that there was no significant adverse environmental impact that would require additional mitigation or an environmental impact statement. The city is also present with City Attorney Rod Kasaguma here to help lead through the city's response to the appeal. The procedure that we follow is to allow the appellant to first present any opening statement you might have, and then any witnesses and argument you might want to present, with the city having the opportunity to cross-examine your witnesses as they're presented. The city then has an opportunity to provide rebuttal or present rebuttal witnesses to me, and you, Ms. Hurst, will have an opportunity to cross-examine those witnesses. Are there any preliminary matters that you need to bring before me? Ms. Hurst?
Yes, I noticed I didn't collate properly. There's a statement. It's item...
We're going to move that microphone.
Oh, okay.
Nancy's here to help with that, to make sure. I should mention as you're getting organized that this proceeding is being recorded, and we will ask that testimony be provided under oath. If there is any appeal of my decision, it will be based only on the record that's in this hearing room today, which will consist of the admitted documents and transcription of any testimony presented. Both sides, the appellant and the city, have provided documents to me in advance of the hearing. I have them in notebooks here in front of me. The process we follow in a hearing examiner proceeding is that those documents are deemed admitted unless I hear objections through the course of the hearing. Ms. Hurst, you have another matter to bring to my attention.
I have two. Item A3, I miscollated, so someone may have in their book, in item A3, the statement that's only signed by me. Dr. Kendall also signed this one, so I just, if anyone wants more of...
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. The one I have in front of me is signed by both.
Okay.
And the city has the official record. Mr. Bauer is checking that if A3 is a document signed by both Ms. Hurst and Dr. Kendall. Two signatures on that document? No, he has just one signature.
Okay.
So thank you.
Ann
Ann Hurst has brought a document that's signed by both.
Then the second item is, and I sent this out yesterday when I received it, is item A18. It's a more complete Army Corps permit file. If anyone would, I printed them out. If anyone would like the complete file, I've got it here. I have enough, I believe, to proceed, but it would be probably good if everyone had one. It's a Freedom of Information request. It came in, the Army Corps routed it to the incorrect office. It usually just takes them 10 days to get back.
Let me make sure I'm tracking with you and what you're talking about.
A18.
A18 I have is July 30th, 2002, letter signed by Thomas Mueller.
That's right, but it wasn't a complete file. So I made an information request in September for the complete file, and it just came in through my email yesterday from Richard Hines.
And is that something you expect to be referencing during the course of this appeal?
Yes.
Well, at the time you present that, maybe bring that forward at that
All
time.
right.
Do you have copies of it this
Yes,
morning?
I made copies when I got it yesterday.
You could hand one to the city. It looks like you can just reach across
Sure.
the aisle there and hand the
did.
city a copy.
I emailed to everyone yesterday.
I do recall that.
Okay.
So at the time you want to reference that, bring that forward, and we'll see if there are any objections to it.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Anything else before we get started on the presentation of the appeal?
Nope.
Looks like we're ready to move forward then. Ann Hurst, you have the opportunity to give an opening statement about your appeal, if you choose to do so, or you may just move into presentation of witnesses, your choice.
All right. What I will show is the preparation for this SEPA was not thorough, including the checklist, the critical areas report, and the JARPA. And I will address issue 1, and with issue 1, submit the evidence. And also, then I'm not going to repeat the evidence. I'll say at the time, and this also applies to issue such and such and issue such and such. I am combining issue 6 and 8. So those will have the same evidence, if that's all right. They're similar.
Okay, thank you. You're referencing what we did in advance of the hearing is decide a motion that was brought by the city to revise the appeal issues so that they are focused on the appeal of the threshold determination. And you're referencing issues 6 and 8. This is a document that I signed on the 2nd of October, and
yes.
issue 6 is identified as your issue. Did the DNS fail to comply with the State Environmental Policy Act by promoting this use, which includes a commercial marina? And you're referring to this use as the pedestrian bridge. And issue 8, does the DNS fail to comply with the State Environmental Policy Act because it fails to incorporate consideration of environmental health related to use of the shoreline areas for recreational purposes? And you'd like to combine those two issues?
Yes.
Okay. Very good.
Okay. Should I begin then?
I think so. I want to make certain I understand. You referenced the checklist, the critical areas report, and the joint aquatic resource permit as items where you are alleging the city failed to properly prepare
Yes.
and complete those. And
Yes.
you're going to focus on the environmental checklist today.
Yes, yes. And
Very
I'd
good.
first of all like to point out A17, which is the fees that were charged for these items. $1,000 for the critical area report, $600 for the SEPA.
What document are you referencing?
A17.
All right. And now I'm going to ask you, you've given your opening statement. Are you now going to begin your testimony about where you believe the city erred?
Yes, yes.
And I'd like to put you under oath for the record. If you
Okay.
please raise your right hand, and do you swear to tell truth in testimony you give today?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. And you have us reference now document A17.
yes. Yes. They paid quite a bit for this. $1,000 for the sensitive areas review, $600 for the SEPA review, and it looks like they've already paid for the permit.
And how is this now related to your appeal?
I don't think the city received adequate work for their money.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm looking at the SEPA that was turned in February 12, 2000.
You say the SEPA. Are you referencing
the
what?
SEPA checklist.
The environmental checklist.
Yes, it's the appellant's evidence A4 and the city's evidence C5.
Okay, we're looking at the environmental checklist as the starting point for presentation of your appeal.
Yes.
Thank you. I have that in front of me.
Okay, list any, on page 2, item 8, it says, list any environmental information you know about that has been prepared or will be prepared directly related to this proposal. There is an incorrect JARPA and an incorrect SEPA checklist and an incorrect car because these things were not considered. The first is A1.
So you're alleging that there are additional studies that should have been considered?
Yes, yes. And yes, definitely. A1 is a letter from Dr. Kendall to the assistant city manager. And Dr. Kendall gives reasoning in A1, page 1 and 2, as to why he thinks the source of contamination at Kenmore Shores is stream 0056.
I'm sorry, this seems to be a recitation of some background information. What lines are you pointing to?
All right.
There's some bullet points that go down
Right,
the
the second bullet point. In contrast, the most likely source for the sediments to the Harbor Village Marina is a small creek listed as River 0056 that flows directly into the marina. The creek may be the source of contaminants observed in the marina sediments, dioxin, PCB5, and TBT. He didn't list that, but I'll show that later. Another likely source of contaminants to the marina is a historical plywood site located north of the Lakeport Kenmore site and east of the marina. So he fingers 0056 as a source of the contaminants found in the marina, and the report of those contaminants by the Army Corps, they were the lead agency, is A2. It turned out that just dioxins, the most easterly sector of the marina was 90 parts per trillion. And as you move west, there's less dioxin.
Can you show me where in the document you're referencing that? Document A2, Exhibit A2?
All right. The whole report needs to be taken as a whole. It's signed by 4 agencies. Let's see if I can find the 90 parts per trillion. Here it is, item 6 on page 2. So as you move east, there's 3 sectors in that marina. There's 77.3 parts per trillion, and then the most westerly part, that was the dredged part, is 43.2. And I'll get to the dredging in a little bit.
Okay, and you're alleging the city should have considered this before it released its threshold determination. Is that correct?
Yes. And the third is a conversation with Dr. Kendall, A3, over the phone, which he was kind enough to sign. In that 2004, and I'll get to those papers in a bit, there was a dredge of the most westerly section, and that dredge material was placed on the land of Harbor Village Marina and the harbor condos just to the north.
Does this document say that?
No, A18 does, but he was the lead on the DMMP, and he said there was not a lot of communication between the DMMP and the upland disposal people. And so normally, if something's suspected of being contaminated, if you dredge more than 500 cubic yards, testing's done. He said it can be less than that. It's not exactly it's a sliding scale.
And how does this relate to your appeal? What is your claim? What is your allegation here?
The 580 cubic yards were dredged from the most westerly section of Harbor Village Marina in 2004 and placed all over that land that's Harbor Village Marina's boardwalk area, their office area.
Oh, hold on, I don't see that in this exhibit. Is that your testimony or
No, it's in following. I'll prove that.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, on the last comment, I'd like some more information on that testimony. It's totally unclear what she's talking about.
All right. There was that the earth sediments should not have been placed at Harbor Village Marina. The city testified that there were 580 cubic yards, and I have photos. And
Mr. Examiner, could I have Ms.
Dr.
Hurst
Kendall,
identify which document she's referring to at this point?
To help with that. As you give your testimony, if you'd please reference an exhibit and then support your testimony, that would be most helpful to my ability to make a decision and for the city to understand the nature of your appeal.
okay, it's all of these documents in combination lead a preponderance of evidence to show
All
that.
right, and it is your responsibility as the appellant to show me exactly where in those documents. I can't just reference all of the documents. Show this.
Okay.
So can
So-
you be more specific? Your allegation
All right.
is that there was material dredged and placed at Harbor Marina, and you're referencing Exhibit A3, which doesn't say that.
No, he's trying to make an excuse for Harbor Village Marina in that there was no testing done in 2004. And he states that Upland Disposal, which was not his department, he's the one that is in charge of testing, was not communicating well with his department. One reason.
Okay, is that it on that point?
Mr. Hunter,
Mr.
No,
Pasek,
there's-
I
No,
need
there's
more,
more evidence.
this document that I'm looking at, A3, does not say that, and
I understand, so I, as a decision
But this is a-
maker,
this is
do
an
not
important
attribute
point.
those statements.
I'll read
She's making.
I'll read the part that does say that.
because we object to this line of testimony.
I'm going to give her one more opportunity
Okay.
to show where, and Ms. Hurst, as you go through the appeal, what's important to do as an appellant, when you're making testimony about he said this or this shows that, I'm not relying on your testimony.
Okay.
You say you're relying on this whole record. That is not an organized appeal. You need to reference specific documents that
All
support
right.
your allegations.
All right. All right. I'll read the part of A3 where he says that. He mentioned at the time of the 2004 dredging,
Show me where you're reading from. What paragraph
1, 2,
is that?
3, 4.
The fourth paragraph.
Fourth paragraph, yeah.
The second sentence is where you're beginning.
No, I'm beginning with the first sentence.
I asked if he could tell me, or where. He also mentioned, is that the paragraph
Yes,
you're on?
yes.
Okay.
He also mentioned at the time of the 2004 dredging that the Corps permit for upland disposal appears to have handled that action without coordinating with the DMMP, as there is no record of DMMP interaction on this particular permit action. So now I'm going to A18.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, mine doesn't say that.
She's now referencing
Yeah,
A18.
do you have the one I handed it to you that has 2 signatures or
Yes.
one?
I have, it says it in the one I have. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs, and then a affiant, I swear the above to be true, signed by Hurst and Kendall. You don't have that paragraph?
It doesn't read the way I heard her say it.
Do you
Would
want me to read it again?
Yes.
He also mentioned at the time of the 2004 dredging that the Corps permit for upland disposal appears to have handled that action without coordinating with the DMMP, as there was no record of DMMP interaction on that particular permit action.
Thank you. That is what it says.
Okay.
Okay, and you're referencing A18.
Yes.
And what is A18?
A18, as well as numerous other documents, is a permit to dredge. And it had
Is that the same one referenced in A3? Is that the 2004?
Yeah, yes, yes.
Well, why is it dated 2002?
The permit was issued in 2002. The dredge occurred in 2004.
Okay.
2000 to 01399 is the file number the Army Corps has. And at this time, I'd like to distribute the complete file that I received yesterday.
Okay, you've given one to the city for the official record. Could you deliver one to me too, please?
Sure.
And I think the city is the applicant on this, is that correct?
Oh.
Yes. Okay. You've handed a document that will label, this is supplementary to A18, is that correct,
I
Ms.
think it
Hurst?
should replace because it has the same materials as A18 plus more complete. It's the total file.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, at this time, I am going to object to any testimony from or the introduction of this exhibit, as well as any testimony or exhibits that Ms. Hurst is going to testify to based on what she has just been arguing and testifying, that there is a lack of foundation for the relevancy of these documents and this testimony to the issue before the hearing examiner. The issue before the hearing examiner is whether or not the land on which the abutments for the pedestrian bridge are going to be constructed and installed have hazardous substances of a certain high level that the city did not consider, because that evidence in fact existed and the city should have known about it or did know about it. These documents relate to dredging that was done in the marina many years ago, in fact over a decade ago, and there's been no foundation laid that evidence of sediment testing or analysis has any relevancy to this project site.
Okay, I appreciate the objection. I believe what Ms. Hurst is doing, and I'm being patient with it, but we're plodding along, is she began with an allegation that the city failed to consider relevant documents that should have been considered prior to making a threshold determination on the proposed project of a pedestrian bridge. And she's walking us through the documents that she believes should have been considered. I agree with Mr. Kasaguma. Ms. Hurst, if you can make sure that you always bring it back to this environmental checklist as it relates to the proposed project. I know the depth of your concern is about general contamination of the entire area, but we are focused today, and that was the reason for the decision on the motion I made before the hearing today. We're looking at one pedestrian bridge over one creek that connects to Log Boom Park. So if you can show how this material on A18 relates to that specific project, then I will allow you to continue. Otherwise, your concerns about general contamination of the city of Kenmore's shoreline is best spent, your time doing that is best spent elsewhere, but not in this forum. Okay?
Yes, the MMP was specifically about Harbor Village Marina.
All right, and show us where that is true.
Pardon me?
Show me where that's true on A18. A18 is a document you're referencing?
A2 is the document that shows it's specifically about Harbor Village Marina.
And why are you referencing us to A18?
A18 is the permit the Army Corps issued. There was a HIPAA permit to dredge, there was an Army Corps permit, and the permits were not followed. That it's not okay to dredge and put the dredgings upland.
Well, that may be true, but I'm not here in an enforcement action. We have to really keep bringing it back to your starting point.
All right.
That you allege the city failed to consider studies that are relevant to this proposal.
This is a study that the city knew about. It was brought before you, and the city testified 580 cubic yards were dredged And that is in, let's see, where's my list? Get that out.
Mr. Herrington, I am going to renew my objection once again because in answer to your comments to Ms. Hurst, she has admitted once again that these exhibits relate to the marina. The marina is not the project site.
Yes, it is. This pedestrian bridge connects the marina and the log boom park. This is a commercial private marina, and if I can get back to
Our point is that these tests are of sediment in Lake Washington.
and then they were dredged.
This project
and
is not going to be installed in Lake Washington or actually in Stream 0056. That is our point. There's no relevancy, in our opinion, between tests that were done many years ago or even 4 or 5 years ago in Lake Washington at the marina itself in the water. There's no relevancy whatsoever to whether the issue of whether or not there are hazardous substances at the project site, which the city did not take into account.
Okay, let's try to walk on the same path. We may have disagreements, but we need to be in the same area. Mr. Cossagum, I believe that this A18, and Ms. Hurst is presenting it as a copy of a permit and not a study. I don't know. Is this a study?
No, it's the Army Corps permit. It was issued and it had an expiration date. They met the expiration date, but they didn't meet any of the requirements of the permit.
All right, and once again, and we're off to a really bad start here, so we're going to have to make sure you really relate this to your appeal. Each time you bring up a document, show me how it relates to your appeal. I understand your allegation the permit may not have been followed properly, and that would be upsetting to you. And now that we're 12 years later, you're upset about the permit not being followed.
No.
I can't do anything about that. How does it relate to this appeal?
I'm upset because the city before you said that this 580 cubic yards.
The city hasn't provided any information to me yet.
Yes, it's in A26, page 6. The city testified 580 cubic yards were dredged
Okay,
at the top of the page.
all right.
What-
All right, now how does that relate? You're
Page
moving us
6.
through a lot of
Page-
documents. Show me now where you go next and how that relates to your allegation.
If we go back to A18, or any of these permits that, for dredging, it's very clear they're allowed only to dredge 280 cubic yards.
All right, how does that relate to this appeal?
They had so much sediment, they raised the boardwalk, all along the boardwalk.
And where's that in the exhibits?
Okay, I'll show you the photos before and after. A5.
Do you have a witness that was involved in this activity? That
Yes.
maybe you want to do it through that witness.
Oh, well, I have the photographs before and after.
Yeah, but did you observe the placement of the dredge material? Did you personally observe it?
No.
Okay.
And I tried to get the people at Harbor Village Marina to testify, and they did not want to testify.
Okay, so how can I?
Well, Elizabeth was present when this was going on.
And I need again to follow where you're going with this as part of your appeal.
Because this dredge material that was a source of contaminants is all over Harbor Village Marina and the condos up above. In addition,
Mr. Herrington, I would object to that testimony. Those documents do not say that. It does not tell us where the dredge materials were taken or that they were placed on this project site.
Well, I'm
I have
asking for her to
photographs.
show that to me. You're saying the dredge material is the reason for contamination at the marina. Is that right?
no. the dredged material was likely contaminated. Upstream, there were Mootka sites, and even if you go to the first page on the ecology website, which I have here, the condos directly upland next to Harbor Village Marina were a Mootka site.
That may or may not be true. I'm trying to get to your point. Your point is that there's contamination at the Harbor Marina. Is that your point?
There is.
And you're going to show me what that contamination is?
I just did with the A2.
Okay. Based on A2, there's contamination at Harbor Marina.
Yes.
And now you need to show me the source of that contamination? Is that what you're trying to do?
I can, but that's...
No, I'm not. If that's what you're doing, I'm trying to figure out what you're doing. And is that what you're claiming that A18 shows, that there's contaminated soils?
A18 and city testimony combined show that this land was likely contaminated sediments were put all over this land.
And where does it say that in the documents? I have.
All right.
I have the
A8.
580 yards.
Oh, you have the 580 cubic yards.
Yeah, you've referenced that.
Okay.
Where does it say it was placed at Harbor Marina? What document says that?
I have the photographs, and I would like for Elizabeth to be able to...
So that's not in any exhibit. It's your assumption?
No, the photographs will show that they're starting to place the dredged material along the boardwalk, right where that pedestrian bridge is. Was whatever.
Okay, so why do we need A18? What is that for?
That's important because on the memo, the telephone memo, the dredging company calls and says, rather than open water disposal at Elliott Bay, we're going to do upland disposal. Is that okay?
Where's that?
Where's that?
818, second page, the one I just gave you guys.
Second page.
All right, wait a second. I'll find it again.
Do you need time to organize the appeal before you present it?
No. Actually, if Rod would quit interrupting me, I could get this done. So
I'm trying to help you, so I need to know where that
So the
statement
memo
is.
of the phone con is big print. It's about 4 pages in, but it's the second page of the permit process.
She gives a new one.
Okay.
All right, so Harbor Village Marina called and left a message that said upland disposal of dredged material instead of in...
Could I just have a minute to find this on my copy?
Yeah, give the city a chance.
This is it, right?
No.
Looks like it's page 5 of
Page
the...
5?
And we still have kind of an outstanding objection to this exhibit. You want this to replace A18, and I'm giving you an opportunity to show why it's relevant.
Okay. This particular item is important.
Just a second.
Next page, yeah, keep going.
A memo of phone con.
Yes.
Hawley, Anchor Environmental, is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Date, some 2nd November 2004? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And how does this help your appeal?
Anchor Environmental said they would do upland disposal. And the dredge company, that means you take it to a proper, what do you call, contamination dump, where it used to be that almost everything was dumped in.
I don't need all of the background. Just
Okay.
what does this show us?
It shows that, according to the Army Corps, they're still thinking it was 280 cubic yards, and it was taken to a proper upland disposal.
Where does it say that? Here's what I can
Message that
read.
said, upland disposal of dredged materials instead of in H2O as planned. In the Army Corps regulations, upland disposal means...
I don't need all of that.
Okay.
Give me a minute to focus on what you're telling me,
Okay.
what it says.
So they...
Stop. I need a chance to read. It reads as follows, quote, "She left a message that said, upland disposal of dredge materials, instead of in H2O as planned." That's what you want me to focus on?
On the next sentence also.
I said that meets the conditions and no further meetings are necessary.
Yes.
Okay,
So-
now, hold on. I want to know, because you're trying to link this to, it was disposed at Harbor Marina. How do I know that from reading this?
It's part of the Harbor Marina file. It's part of the permit, which is signed by Thomas Mueller, that they were going to have open disposal at Elliott Bay. And I should have numbered these. In
And-
A18, let's see, that was 5.
And when I read upland disposal, how do I know that's Harbor Marina?
Well, that's what I thought too when I first read it yesterday. I go, oh, good, they're not at fault. But then 580 cubic yards is still way off the base.
No, my question is, how do I know that it's Harbor Marina as the upland?
Harbor Marina was where they disposed, but according to Army Corps regulations, upland disposal is even more strict than H2O disposal.
Use your witness, Ann.
Use your witness, because of your pictures, that's how
He's
you know.
asking you. The question is, how do you know it was put at Harbor Village Marina? Just answer. You have a witness.
I have a witness.
Okay.
And pictures.
Now,
Well,
we're
Mr.
taking a
Towner,
lot
I-
of time on this, and I want to set a course of conduct that allows us to get through the appeal in a reasonable amount of time. And you probably have other issues you want to present.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So you're framing issue 1
Mm-hmm.
as the city failed to consider a study. We still haven't seen the study. Failed to consider
No.
the upland.
The upland
Disposal?
disposal.
So you began it with
history.
saying the city didn't consider sufficient studies, but you're really saying it didn't consider the upland disposal.
It didn't consider the history of the site. It didn't consider the rich avian life.
But you got to get your appeal organized. You know, we're all going to be really
It's-
frustrated.
I
throughout
would
the
just
day.
go through the SEPA and point to the different evidence.
You did that. You said the city failed to consider studies in response to question 8. They listed only the one study, and you wanted me to know they should have considered other studies. And then you went to this. And by going to this, are you telling me that you think now the city didn't consider this permit, this A18? Is
Didn't
that it?
consider the history of the site.
The history of the site, which is different than you started with. So
Well,
you
there-
think
there's a-
the city failed because it didn't consider the disposal of dredged materials at Harbor Marina in 2004?
Yes.
Okay, I've got that. And the documents you're referencing, you're telling me, show that to be true.
Yes, quite a few of them. A18, A19, all of these were in city files. I don't know if the hydraulic project approval permit was, but that was from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. They all say 280 yards, open water disposal. Anchors, writing that you have your permits, and they all say 280 cubic yards, open water disposal.
Mr. Examiner, I will continue my objection on the record to all of the exhibits that you and Ms. Hurst just referred to, primarily on the grounds that if one looks at these exhibits, and the city's exhibits, one would understand that the upland disposal of dredged materials that they're talking about is not Harbor Village Marina. It is a authorized and regulated disposal site that is an alternative to placing the materials in Elliott Bay. And that's the way these projects work.
You know, and that might be helpful.
Correct, I understand that,
Yes,
that's
did
correct.
not.
But they didn't do it that way. They didn't either.
That is not what this document says.
Let's hold on a minute. I'm going to be the supervisor. and I don't
Okay.
want to become too much of a referee,
Okay.
because you need to present your appeal without me being too involved in it. So here's a way we might do this. I really have an interest in doing this efficiently, allowing you an opportunity to present your appeal, and you've got to keep going on this path. Mr. Kasaguma is objecting, and it may be that this is your first issue. Is this correct? This is what you wanted to present today?
Yes.
You wanted to show me the city should have considered disposal of dredged material from Creek 0056 onto the uplands that are part of Harbor Marina, where
Yes.
this bridge might be placed. That's what you want to show me. Don't say anything. Just yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. The city's saying that's wrong. And I think right now, are you finished with that presentation of that issue?
No, I'd like to call a witness, please. Elizabeth Mooney.
Okay. And then we'll allow the city, because I'm going to get really confused if we allow every issue to be presented and then the city responds. So, Mr. Kasaguma, after she presents this witness, which is your completion of this issue,
Of the dredged material.
dredged material, then I'd like you to go where you were going to go, saying, well, it's not that, it's this. Is that going to work for you?
That would be fine.
Okay. So you have a witness. Why don't you bring your witness forward, and we'll complete the presentation of Appeal Issue 1.
Elizabeth, please. You can sit over there. Fine.
You can take a seat there and make sure the microphone is positioned so that we can record your testimony, which means putting that in front of you. Thank you. And please raise
Testing.
your right hand. And do you swear to tell truth in testimony you present today?
Yes, I do.
And what is this witness going to testify to, Ms. Hurst?
She was present when these photos were taken. They're A5,
Or the photos. Okay, very good.
and they're in order A, B, C, D, E.
First, please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Elizabeth Mooney. Do you want me to say where I live?
No? I just want to know who you are. And now you have some questions for your witness, or do you want her just to present information?
Which would you prefer, Elizabeth? Do you want to just talk about this?
Yeah, I think that would be easier for me
Okay.
than having questions.
The scope of your testimony, the reason you're seated here as a witness, is that the appellant has stated that you are a witness that knows where dredged material was disposed of in 2004.
May I introduce the pictures, though, before she speaks to each one?
Who took the photos? Did you take the photos?
No, no.
Who took the photos?
I took the photos.
Let's have her testify to what they
All
show.
right.
I either took the photos or I received the photos from
Please
Louis.
refer to them as exhibit numbers.
I
What ones are you talking about?
exhibit, sorry, I can't read it. Is that
A.
A?
The first
B?
one's A.
I see.
A5A.
Sorry, now I see. So I am looking at Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C, I am positive I took.
I don't know what these references are.
Oh,
Oh, A5, A, B, C, D, and E.
Oh, I see. All right. Thank you. Okay, looking at A5. And
and
what do those show
what one
us?
is this one?
That shows the condition of the dirt.
No, I mean, what number is this? What
Oh.
exhibit number? That's all. I just want to be able to tell Mr. Hunter.
C.
Okay, so, Mr. Hunter, I'm looking right now at Exhibit C, which shows a picture of a man with a hard hat and the dredged material that had been removed from the mouth of the stream. Is that okay if I start talking with that one? Okay, thank you. So I definitely took this picture. I referred to it in my computer as something along the lines of nice man, because when I would take these pictures, I would try to keep track of them, because I was stream keeper for the stream 0056 and have met with many of you, including Mr. Kasaguma and you, about this stream. I know it since 2000, including Debbie Bent.
Okay, what does this photo show?
This is a photo during the dredging that occurred when Lewis Harder was the harbor master at Harbor Village Marina.
What date was this photo?
I'm not looking at my notes, but I believe it was November 2004.
Okay.
I have been involved with people such as David Templeton, who is part of Anchor Environmental, who permitted this, and this became a stream adoption project for a classroom.
Okay, let's
The city-
focus, please. Focus the testimony.
Well,
I know you have a lot of involvement, and you really do care, and you're concerned about Stream 0056. You're a streamkeeper for it. That's all really important work that you do. We're here today on an appeal, and where your appellant has left us is with an allegation that material from that stream, 0056, was dredged and deposited onto Harbor Marina. That then, she called you as a witness because you have that information. You have a lot of other information,
okay,
but we're focused today on an appeal.
okay.
So what in this photo shows me that material dredged from 0056 was placed on the uplands of Harbor Marina? That
Okay.
is the allegation of the appellant, and that's why you're here as a witness.
Okay, so I will only talk about that.
Thank you.
So I went down to take pictures of the dredging operation, and some of these pictures show the south side of the dredging operation, which would be
And be specific.
There's
There's
a-
no way I can reference, you've seen my decisions.
So
And each
the-
decision references a specific exhibit when I make a finding. And I can't do that if there's a general sum of these photos. So be specific.
Okay, so on Exhibit D, which shows a yellow curtain, that's the south side. Exhibit D.
A5D, all right?
Exhibit D shows the southern side of the project. And that
Of what project?
of the dredging project of the mouth of Stream 0056 that was permitted by the Army Corps utilizing consultants at Anchor so that Harbor Village Marina could dredge out 280 cubic yards.
Okay, south side of the dredging project.
Correct.
That's all I need to hear. And what is it in this photo, A5D, that is significant?
So in D, on the bottom side, it shows the conveyor belt that is gray and has a large box-like contraption that is the area that had been receiving the muck or sediment or mud or gravel that is that
It
that
looks like
was
it's
being
going into
removed.
the water. Is it being
It is coming out of the water.
out of the water.
So it's
why do you
been-
call it a receiving box then?
Well, because the construction barge that held the what are they called? They're scoopers, they're clamshells, I don't know the technical term for the dredging machine that pulled the muck from the bottom of Lake Washington, plopping it into a container of some kind that I did not want to get near because I frankly did not want to be near the dredge.
Okay, just stick to the photo, shows where the material is being taken from.
Yes, it was taken from under the water, put onto the conveyor belt, and then moved north. That passed over the walkway, which you can see also in Exhibit D, where the man is
Yes,
walking.
I see it.
And then it crossed to the area that is shown in Exhibit C.
And where is that?
That is the resting spot where the dredge was placed in order to de-water.
I understand that.
Okay?
Where is this piece of property?
That is Harbor Village Marina. However, I have to say this, I know from personal communication with Lewis Harder at the time. My understanding was that one of the condominium
Actually,
owners.
Hold on.
I'm
There's an
confused as to
objection.
which photo she's now talking
Oh.
about.
This is the man photo.
Oh, I thought we had moved on to something past
We
D.
were looking at the walkway, and now she's testifying that the material taken from under the water at what is Harbor Marina, is that correct?
Went somewhere, and I thought she was saying it was the next photo.
And then she's going back a photo to see where the
Okay.
man is, what she's holding up, and is testifying that that is the uplands of the Harbor Village Marina. Is that correct?
This is the upland where it was dewatered. That is not the final resting spot for the dredged material. The final resting spot for the dredged material will be the flower beds and other areas on Harbor Village Marina land that were utilized for landscaping.
And how do we know that? Are there photos that show that, or were you present when that happened?
I was,
Yes.
just a sec.
I would like the witness only to
I
respond.
did not.
That's very important,
I-
that we
yeah.
not counsel the witness or put
Yeah,
words in her
I'm not
mouth.
listening to-
Only the witness will respond.
I
That
was,
undercuts the entire credibility of the hearing.
Right. Yeah, I don't listen to Janet when she's prompting me anyway. But yeah, let me talk. I was not personally present when the dirt was moved from this resting spot with the plywood. I was involved heavily in volunteer efforts.
All right, all right. I don't need,
So-
I know you do so many things.
Okay, so
And
the-
you really want to tell us all about it. And that's not to be minimized, but it's not relevant here today.
Okay.
So how do you know this was
landscapers-
placed on flower beds?
Because landscapers that include Lori Feetham, Ms. Strolis, and the Garden, Harbor Village Marina folks all openly know that they wisely placed the dredge material and utilized it in the flower beds. It's common knowledge, nothing to be embarrassed by.
Okay, you didn't see it, but others that you know saw it or know about it.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Right, anything more for this witness, Ms. Hurst?
Yes, when we spoke with Lori Fetham over the phone, did she reiterate that the dredge material, even now in 2015, she remembers was where it was placed?
I don't, what I would prefer to say is that I have talked to people who have lived at Harbor Village Marina, who have worked at Harbor Village Marina, and who are presently on the board at Harbor Village Marina. They all are aware, if they were back there working in the gardens, that the dredged material was placed intelligently and spread intelligently through the gardens that span from the mouth of 0056, and in Exhibit D, Mr. Hearing Examiner, it is easy to see where the flower beds are as they go from the conveyor belt toward the west in this picture, Exhibit D, to the location of the Appeal Logboom Park Bridge. That is the gate down there in Exhibit D is the gate where Harbor Village Marina abuts Log Boom Park. That's where the old bridge was, but got washed out. And those flower gardens that are on the right side of that picture are a portion of the area where they put the dredged material and planted in it.
You didn't see that, or did you?
I saw the plantings and talked to them regularly and took
I
pretty...
don't see any flowers.
That's because this is before they put the dredged material down. This is when they first dredged it. There are higher beds now due to having utilized the dirt there, and the flower gardeners happily put flowers in there and enhanced the aesthetics of that area.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Examiner,
Mr. Kasaguma.
in light of the comments that I've made in my previous objections, this testimony is relevant regarding these pictures and the spreading of the dredged materials. Ms. Mooney is talking about conversations she had with others. Her testimony about those conversations is unclear and ambiguous. And although I understand that the strict rules of hearsay and evidence are not applicable in this hearing, I would ask the hearing examiner either to issue subpoenas for those witnesses to come in or to strike that testimony from the record.
Okay, well, did you want to respond to the objection?
If you look closely at A5D, you will see the beginnings of that black dirt being spread. They couldn't get a truck in there.
Okay, and the nature of the objection goes to the type of testimony that's being offered. And I'm going to rule on the objection. So what is happening is that Elizabeth Mooney's testifying about what others might know, and they're not in this hearing room. And Mr. Kasaguma has said either subpoena those people and
Mr.
have
Hearing
them come.
Examiner, it's just that that's not accurate. There is somebody. There is somebody in the hearing room that you could have, because the board president is here. Mr. Strolis.
I've given ample opportunity for the appellant to identify witnesses to present relevant information. And you did that on your witness list. You did that.
No, they would not come. The people from Harbor Village Marina would not
Okay.
be witnesses.
All right. But you had the opportunity to identify those witnesses, whether they come or not. And I think we had an interchange about, can you provide affidavits? And affidavits can be an appropriate way to present testimony.
They did not want to get involved. They just did not want to. I'm confused as to which procedure rules we're following.
We're following a rule of reason as to what testimony I believe to be credible. I'd like to make a ruling on the objection. And I've listened to the testimony. Mr. Kasaguma has asked for subpoena of witnesses or for striking the testimony.
I see.
Yes, and I'm going to rule on that. Okay?
May I suggest then that we ask Mr. Strolis to testify?
Is this a witness that you identified who's present here today
Yes.
and has personal knowledge of this subject matter?
Yes.
Okay, you can do that, I believe. Is he on your witness list?
He's not on the witness list. He did not want to be a witness.
Well, we'll take that up next. But right now, this material is in the record. The testimony has been offered, and I understand Mr. Kasaguma's objection. I don't know of our logistical way of striking it from the record, but I can tell you this. The credibility is way low on hearsay testimony. I don't give it much weight. So although you've offered some support for your allegation that in 2004 there was dredged material placed on the uplands at Harbor Marina, I have to give that just very little weight. But I want to be able to move on in these proceedings. So I thank you, Ms. Mooney, for your testimony.
Can I ask why you...
I'd really like just one spokesperson. The appellant is Ms. Hurst.
Did you...
And you are her witness, and she can present other questions to you, or we can move on to the next witness.
Is there a question about whether the dredged material was placed on Harbor Village Marina? Because I will swear I saw it put right there. That's Harbor Village Marina. And if there's anything unclear, I can tell you for sure that dredge material came out and is plopped on Harbor Village Marina land, period. It is there, and it is spread all around. I do not know where it would be unless you tested for it. You would not be able to tell. There's no before and after testing that I'm aware of. It is there, though, in the flower beds.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
Mr.
Mooney.
Examiner, I do
Kasaguma, do you have questions for this witness?
Yes, I do.
So we do have some cross-examination, Ms. Mooney. If you'd return to the witness stand. The city has some questions for you in cross-examination.
Ms. Mooney, I'm going to ask you questions to help clarify for me the location of the objects in these pictures.
Okay?
And they're not, because they weren't lettered all the way through, I'm assuming that the picture with the with the tower in it and the crane right below it, that we can call that A?
That's,
Wait a minute.
And then
Tower and the crane is, I believe, E,
apparently that would be,
elephant.
it's the first picture in my
no,
packet.
A, B, C, D, and E. The first one's a conveyor placing dredge material directly
Oh,
on
I
land.
see, here it is, okay.
South of Harbor Village Marina. And B is the close-up of the conveyor. They're in order. And C is the close-up of the person. E is the state of the land before the dredge material was spread, though you can see some in the background. And E is a small excavator used to distribute the dredge material.
Thank you.
That's very helpful.
Anne, could you please arrange those, because I don't think I can read your handwriting. Sorry. Just so in case Mr. Kasaguma asks me about a certain
You wanted
letter.
to ask about A5E, is that correct?
I'm going to be asking about all five of them.
Okay.
Trying to
Let me get it.
correlate, piece together these pictures.
He referred to C and D, but she did testify that she took the photos or was aware of them.
Correct.
So don't go too far.
And I'm not asking about
I just
the
need to put
validity of them, I'm asking for the placement of
that
the
A?
objects.
Okay.
No, that's B. Okay, there's B.
Ms. Mooney, if you look at photo A,
Which one's A?
D.
Will you give me A, please?
We're looking at photo A, shows a tower and a crane and an American flag.
And a conveyor.
Okay, I have A. I'm looking at it. Thank you, Mr. Kasaguma.
and so apparently there's a conveyor belt going across the boardwalk. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, if you look at B, is that the same conveyor belt?
I do not know for sure because I went down more than once to the operation, as I best recall, as an educational attempt to take photographs.
Okay, and that's fine. She doesn't recall.
You don't know. So if you look at B and you compare that to D, is that the same conveyor belt?
This one's B. And I'm sorry. Okay, D. So comparing which ones?
Boy
B and
and
D.
dog.
B and D. Okay. Again, I took the photos. I see that the yellow float is in both photographs. I see that the box filled with the dredge that is receiving the dredge to take to the right is the same. My best guess is, and I'm also looking at the piece of wood, I would say that was taken at the same time.
When you were at the site taking your pictures and visiting the site for other reasons, do you recall more than one conveyor belt?
No, I do not recall more than one conveyor belt.
Now, turning your attention to photograph C, the gentleman standing next to what appears to be a bin for the dredge materials, And comparing that to photograph E, is that the same bin?
That is the same bin, yes.
And the building in exhibit, let's see, photograph E, the building that is next to the bin, what is that? And it has a gray siding.
That, I believe, is the bathroom that is beside the Harbor Village Marina office.
Right, and the office that you're referring to, is that shown in photograph A?
Yes, the office is shown in photograph A.
And therefore, and then also, let's see, looking at exhibit, or photograph D, you'll notice that it appears to be taken from the second level of a structure. Is that the same building that we see in in photograph A, and the one that you just referred to in photograph E?
That is I am taking the picture in photograph D. In photograph D, I am taking the picture from the spiral staircase that is in photograph A.
Thank you. So therefore, when you look at photograph D, is it true then that the pedestrian bridge we are talking about in this appeal is beyond the end of the boardwalk that is behind the gentleman who is walking on the boardwalk?
Yes.
And that is a significant number of feet, such as 300 to 400 feet, isn't it?
My answer is that location where the bridge will go is inclusive. It includes the area of the flower beds where, subsequent to this dredging operation, the dredged material
That's
was
not my
placed.
question. My question is, isn't the project that we're talking about, the bridge project, beyond the end of the boardwalk that you see in photograph D?
The bridge project is at, I would say, that corner of Harbor Village Marina, which is in photograph D, and that corner that is enclosed by the intersection of the gray-silver fence is the edge of their flower beds.
Which is another way of answering my question by saying it is true that the bridge will be installed in proximity to that fence you're referring to, correct?
I do not know precisely where the bridge is going to be going. I just don't know those details. I know there's an easement. That's beyond the scope of my understanding about the project.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for placing for us the location of the bin, the conveyor belt, the pile of dredged material to the building in many of these pictures. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
At what point now can I present A6? Because this is something both Janet, Elizabeth, and I, Janet took these photos, A6, about a month ago, and they show the flower beds as they are now. They show the grade of the land, not only towards the lake, but towards the creek. They show, if you look at the before and after, they show that before the land along the boardwalk was lower than the boardwalk, and now it's higher.
Okay, and you're speaking to Exhibit A6.
Yes.
And let's just check with the city. They're also looking through them. And you want to do that one more time, Ms. Hurst, with A6 in front of you.
All right?
You're looking at photo A, which is through a chain link fence.
Yes.
Is it your testimony this is looking at the area where the dredged material was disposed?
Yes. The
Okay.
dredged material, flower beds are not in the picture. This first picture just shows the grade of 45%, which Petite included in their drawings, between Harbor Village Marina and going down towards Log Boom. And this
Okay.
is significant because they're going to take 40 cubic yards of dirt out of this side of the fence to place the bridge and put 40 cubic yards of dirt in which may be a relatively uncontaminated area at Log Boom Park.
So it's your testimony and your belief that this photo through the chain link fence, A6, photo A,
It's
is
showing-
where the bridge would be placed?
It's showing the grade.
Yes,
It's
I
showing
see
the
that.
grade of land.
Okay. And the bridge would be placed in a similar area? Is that your testimony?
Yes, yes, just beyond the perpendicular fence here. The fence goes perpendicular to the boardwalk, which you can see in the top right corner.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see the lake, the grade from the boardwalk to the lake, and this dirt on that top right corner is going to be disturbed. And then you see a fence that keeps the kids out going down the hill. And that's the 45% grade where the bridge has to align.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Examiner, maybe I can expedite a run through these photos.
That'd be great if you could help.
We're happy to stipulate that the photos are what they are, that they were taken recently and they are of the proper areas surrounding the location of the proposed pedestrian bridge. However, we would not agree that these photos show the land being higher as a result of placement of the dredge materials on them. They are what they are. If Ms. Hurst wishes to testify that in her opinion these show that the land is higher, that's fine with us.
Well,
Or that the land is higher because in her personal
Yeah.
knowledge the dredge materials raise the land several feet or whatever.
if you look at photo D and A5, and you look between the two sheds, you see the dredged material starting to be placed. If you look at D5 in the foreground of the two sheds, you see next to the shed that dirt is lower than the boardwalk.
Okay, let's try to cut through this as Mr. Kasaguma suggested. Does the city have any disagreement with the presentation by the appellant that there was material taken from the water and placed on the land in Harbor Marina?
Yes. Because
Okay.
she's been very ambiguous as to where on the upland was it placed. And just because some of it may have been spread as maybe a nutrient addition to the flower beds, adding maybe a quarter of an inch over a certain small area that constitutes flower beds is very different from dumping 3 to 4 feet of it at the location of the bridge. So we do have disagreement with the implications that are being drawn from the testimony.
Okay. And that's what you have some evidence to present, testimony or documents, to show that not all the material was placed there. Is that correct?
We don't have any evidence as to where this dredge material was placed.
Okay.
For all we know, the dredge material was taken appropriately as indicated by one of the exhibits, which was the note from a federal or state agency,
Okay.
which said that this would be placed upland, we assume in appropriate places where they're normally placed, not upland on the site.
Okay. So the city disagrees that these photos show material from the dredging but they agreed that the photos show the location on the Harbor Marina site that is a garden area.
The city had knowledge of this history, and it's not included in the SEPA checklist.
Right. So that's an issue that you've now presented. It's my responsibility as the decision maker to consider the evidence you presented, and it doesn't appear the city has rebuttal evidence, but they've asked some questions of your witness. You may have questions of Ms. Hurst on this particular issue before we close off the record on this issue.
I don't have questions on this issue.
Okay, so that the issue is, as you presented it, Ms. Hurst as the appellant, the allegation, and then you presented evidence in your exhibits and with testimony that material dredged from stream 0056 was placed on the Harbor Marina property in what we have referred to as a garden area. Okay?
Yes.
And I'll have to decide if that is true and what the implications of that might be. What you would like me to find, if I'm following you correctly, is that the city should have considered that.
Yes, in item 8 and some of the other items as well.
All right, and let me ask you this on that issue. If the city had considered that, what should have been done differently by the city?
The city should have tested the 40 cubic yards before placing it on the log boom side. It should have looked into the history before grubbing 200 square feet of plant material out of the Harbor Village Marina side. Proper precautions should be taken for the workers.
Well, that's in the past. Your appeal is of a threshold determination. If you're correct in everything that you allege today, that there was material taken out of the water in excess of what the permit allowed and that was placed on the uplands of Harbor Marina and it is contaminated, what should the city have done differently in its environmental review of the pedestrian bridge project?
It did not take the history of the land into consideration.
No, and if they had, let's assume that they had, what would be done differently today?
Well, prudent would be to test, and I do have a witness here I'd like to call.
I'm just asking you a question now, and your answer is they should
Either
test.
an EIS
Do you want the city to prepare an EIS based on
with
this
testing.
information?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, I heard that issue, and I listened very carefully. I'd like you to tell me, it's about 11:30, what other areas of concern you want to present today. Just give me a roadmap, not every point.
All right.
But do you have 3, 4, 5, or 6 more of these, or just what others do you want to present today?
About 5. There'll be number 11 on the SEPA checklist. There'll be number 12. There'll be number, on page 3, there'll be under B1, there'll be number number C, D. We've already talked about the grade. We don't need to talk about that again. C, D, E, FJ, but that's just really brief. And underwater, 2.
Well,
and
is that how you've organized your presentation?
Yes, yes. I was just going to go through the SEPA checklist quickly with the supporting documents. And then as I did that, I was going to also say, and this also supports issue 5, this also supports issue 2, but we can dispense with that and just focus on the checklist. I would like to mention a couple things as far as there's not an adequate restoration plan, and that's issue 5, because this SEPA was not filled out properly. and everything just kind of collapses with this SEPA. The critical areas report was the first, and then the
Okay,
SEPA,
hold
and
on.
the JARPA.
Please hold on for a minute. I need to take notes from time to time to try
Okay.
to follow what you're doing.
All right.
All right, and I had just asked you what other issues you want to present.
All right.
Do you think, how much time will you need to, you gave me a long list. And what is your organization for today's appeal? What more do you want to present today?
I want to go through the fishing reasoning, how the recreation reasoning. It's not clear in the SEPA checklist. It's, in fact, contrary to public health. And the lack of information on underwater plants, animals, and birds in the area.
Okay. All right. And tell me what other witnesses you wanted to present today.
I'd like to present Richard Honor, who is, he deals with toxic contaminants, and I'd like to get his opinion on how, if you open this up, you never see a toddler over there at Harbor Village Marina, or I have not. If you open up this pedestrian bridge, you're going to have toddlers on this Harbor Village Marina side. I want to see what his idea
Okay, I'm not asking for your argument at this point. I just ask a very simple question.
Richard Honor, please.
One other witness today.
That's
okay,
it.
thank you. All right. So do you want to then move to your next issue that you wanted to present? And is it that witness then that you'd like to present with
Well,
reference?
I think he has some other things he needs to do today. So, yes, I'd like to ask him some questions.
Okay. Why don't you give me the issue that you're now presenting? Is it reference to the checklist?
It is. It's the overall reference. It's because you're opening the park. It's connecting. Oh, here it is, 11. It's connecting existing recreational.
What do you mean when you say 11? 11 what?
Page 3
Page
of
3
the SEPA
of...
checklist.
Thank you. You have that as Exhibit 4, A4, and now we're looking at page 3.
Mm-hmm.
And where do you see...
At the top of the page. The purpose is the pedestrian bridge will reestablish a public access path.
Hold on a minute.
Okay, top of
See,
the page.
I don't see an 11. It's coming
Oh,
from the
it's-
page 2, is that correct?
It begins on page 2.
See how you have to help lead us through. I don't know everything in your
Okay.
mind, but now that I know where you are,
Mm-hmm.
you are looking at the continuation of a response to question 11 that's at the top of page 3
Yes.
of the environmental checklist. And what is it about that that concerns you?
Well, now that we know.
You read the area that you are, what is it about that?
As far as Richard Honor's testimony will go, it's connecting existing recreational and parks uses. It's opening up what has now become a toddler area of recreation to essentially private marina that is contaminated.
Okay, and this is disclosed by the city in the environmental checklist, correct? That's what the city
Yes.
says it's going to do.
It's going to connect existing recreational and parks uses.
And what is the problem with that? Tell me what you're concerned about that.
I see toddlers on the log boom side all over the place.
Okay, but you understand where I'm going. This is the basics of what an appeal of a threshold determination is all about.
Yes.
The first one, you allege the city failed to review
Consider its
studies.
history.
All right. Now this, it is disclosed. This is what's going to happen. There's going to be a connection.
Right. That's it's there. Yes.
Yeah.
They misstate though that they're connecting a primarily private marina, and if you look at A32 page 2 and A32 page 3, those are the Department of Natural Resources contracts, and a very small portion of the land, the square footage, is public.
Okay, so you're telling me the city misstates that it's public
Right.
land, that it's just it's private to public.
It's privately owned except for one dock and one ramp and one breakwater. Those are the only areas the public's allowed.
All right. All right, and you have a witness to testify to this?
I have A32, page 2. It's the lease agreement from DNR.
And is this the Harbor Marina property that's
Yes,
primarily
yes.
private?
Yes, it's DNR owns the sediments under the moorage.
Okay, so your allegation is the city misstates its response to question 11 in the checklist because it implies it's all public land, but in fact it's private. Is that right?
Yes, the predominance of it is private.
All right, and now you're going to reference which exhibits?
A32, page 2, and page 3. The most important part to get the proportion of how much of this is private is A32, page 3. .3.
It's headed adjustment based on use?
Yes. So, Harbor Village Marina is charged rent for 164,777 square feet, because that's all private area. Harbor Village Marina gets a deduction in rent because 5,613 square feet are public access. Very small proportion.
And you think this is the number that should have been put into the environmental checklist? That it's primarily private property?
Right.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other evidence that you wanted on that point? The failure to properly respond to item 11 on the checklist.
A14, pages 1 and 2. This is a letter from the Department of Ecology to Mr. Jerry Paulette about Harbor Village Marina and how more sampling is needed. It's signed by James Pendowski, Program Manager, Toxics Cleanup Program. And I just want to draw attention to the first paragraph. One of the recreational opportunities is fishing. There is
Okay, and that's in the first paragraph of the letter?
yes.
Can you point to what words?
It's the third sentence. Ecology appreciates your comments, especially about the health of the families and children that fish. And then wade, play, swim, that's not pertinent. Play, I'll show, is in water. It's not pertinent. On the land it is. And I do have, there was some question, Rod raised by why am I considering Jerry Paulette an authority?
I don't have that
All right.
question. So this is you're offering me evidence in support of your allegation that the city failed to respond appropriately to checklist question 11 because Harbor Marina property is primarily private.
Yes.
And now this letter shows that what? that there's children that fish and play and wade?
Yes, and also the toxins that were found at Harbor Village Marina.
Where is that?
Are we on A14? I'm sorry, I lost my place.
That's where you referenced I should
All
go
right.
next.
No, yeah, okay, yes. All right, so he talks about he says, last paragraph, in November 2012, Ecology and City of Kenmore conducted near shoreline sediment sampling to evaluate environmental conditions in the near shore of Northeast Lake Washington. These results were published in spring 2013, and a public meeting was held. The sampling results indicate the nearshore sediments in the public parks are not a health concern. However, the sediment sample results at 2 private marinas show elevated dioxin, phthalates, I don't know how, and tributylin. Ecology met with both marina owners and agreed to work together for the next steps in dredge planning and environmental evaluation.
Okay.
Also, more will be required to identify the dioxin sources. It says it will be, the draft plan will be done by 2015. So far, there's no draft plan. So Ecology's not doing anything.
Mr. Examiner,
Mr.
since we seem to be
Kasaguma?
going through these exhibits one by one again, may I ask a question of her on this one?
I think so. Were there other exhibits that you wanted to offer in support of this failure to respond appropriately to question 11 on the environmental checklist? And when I ask that, I don't mean to suggest you need to, but I just wanted to make sure we got...
A16.
Were there many more, or is this the last one that you wanted to offer?
On this, in this area,
Okay.
number 11, it's just A16.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that's another letter from Department of Ecology dated September 24, 2013.
Yes, I'd like to draw your attention to A16, item number 6.
Appears to be on page 3.
Yes.
All right, and what is it about that you want us to pay attention to?
I'd like to read it. It's written by Mara O'Brien, and it's signed with her title. She's writing to PERC. I respectfully disagree. The ecology publication, which the city provides, May 2013, states that the near shore northeast Lake Washington sediments results represent a relatively healthy near-shore environment and natural background levels except at the 2 private marinas. In the conclusions, the report states that the Kenmore area sediment and water characterization results show that both sediment and water at Northeast Lake Washington and lower reaches of Sammamish are below state cleanup requirements, with the exception of the 2 private marinas. And she references in that 2000 report, page 18, section 9. The sediment results for dioxin in the public access and channel areas are below what is typical of residential area soils in Seattle and below the calculated cleanup standards for soils for risks associated with dermal contact and incidental ingestion exposure. The purpose of the report's conclusion was to provide some assurance to the risk from dermal contact and incidental ingestion associated with wading, swimming, and beach play in the public access areas. This sediment screening evaluation does not address risk factors associated with consumption of fish. Ecology notes that the high fish consumption rates that need to be included in any sediment health risk, safe, dioxin levels. I don't understand that. So the next item is 9 on page, let's see, that was 4.
Still within this A16. Okay.
Yes.
Looking at the response to item 9.
Yes. Ecology states that in general, the Kenmore area sediment results all meet the new MOTCA and SMS sediment screening criteria, except at the 2 private marinas and one occurrence of 2 flallates in the navigation channel. A numeric screening criteria for dioxin has not been promulgated, so no comparison for dioxin sediment screening criteria is available at this time. Since ecology is primarily concerned about skin contact, the soil findings in Seattle area do make an appropriate comparison for the context. Indeed, skin contact with sediment differs from skin contact with soils, as pointed out in the July 11, 2013 meeting. In the water, sediments do not remain in contact with the skin, as is more the case on land. The purpose of this comparison was to provide some assurance to the risk from dermal contact and incidental ingestion associated with wading, swimming, and beach play in the public access areas. This sediment screening evaluation does not address risks associated with consumption of fish. So that continues on to page 3, 4, 5. Okay, and then on page 6, the final point from this paper is number 15. Washington Department of Health was not able to respond. To read the WDOH health consultation from the Kenmore area, see www.wa.gov/consults or telephone Department of Health. Ecology believes that the Kenmore area sediment results profile is consistent with other studies in the Seattle area. Ecology believes that outside the marinas, the study area reflects urban background conditions, and the people are not exposed to sediment conditions that could likely cause health problems. The study does not address risks associated with eating fish. However, the WDOH currently has a fish advisory for PCBs, which provides notice to the public for the hazards of resident fish consumption. The study, the 2013 study, this is another one that's flawed as far as increasing public access to fishing.
Okay, but we're not here on that study alone.
Okay.
Let me make sure I track and understand your point.
Okay. So,
Your issue here is that there's evidence of contamination of the marina, and especially it relates to a concern about consumption of fish.
yes,
And you're alleging the city should have disclosed this as part of its environmental review
yes,
in response to question 11. Is
Yeah.
that right?
yes, that's correct.
Okay, and I want to ask you, if it had done so, what should it have done differently, the city?
Well, you're inviting children and families to fish at the breakwater.
That's what they might do, but what would be done differently by the city? As a
I-
result, if you're successful on your appeal,
Okay.
and you're correct,
This-
and I'm just trying to track here to what
This-
you're alleging, if
this-
the city had disclosed this as part of its environmental review, that there may be some contamination of fish that should not therefore be eaten,
Yes,
what would you want to see done differently?
I would have liked the city to have in their evidence disclosed A27, page 2, which is the agreement between the city and Harbor Village Marina for access.
So it would impact the access? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes. And in that, it's A27, page 2.
Mm-hmm.
There are 3 purposes. Fishing is the first one. And remember, ecology said, don't eat the resident fish. Walking and viewing is the second. This also pertains to issue 6.
May I clarify, what exhibit are we on?
Page 2, the purpose of the bridge.
You say A27?
A27, and you're looking at the first sentence of paragraph numbered 3.
Yes.
And it appears that this is an easement agreement that's been executed between the city and Harbor Marina.
Yes, as part of a legal settlement.
Mm-hmm. And it states that the pier connecting the boardwalk and the breakwater for the purpose of fishing, walking and viewing the water. Okay. And that's what you are arguing should be done differently. If this is disclosed, then the city should restrict fishing, not encourage fishing.
Yes,
Okay?
and that's why it also pertains to issues 6 and 8 because of public health.
Okay. Now, Mr. Kasaguma had some questions for you on this issue, and I think you explained it very well,
Okay.
what you think should have happened in the environmental review, and had that happened, you argue that there should be some restriction on fishing.
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to ask questions then of the witness on this issue of the city's failure to respond appropriately to environmental checklist question 11?
Yes, well, I'm only going to be asking questions about the exhibits that have just been discussed.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Hurst, you've talked about and quoted from parts of Exhibit A14,
Yes.
the Mr. Paulette letter, and A16, the DOE response.
Mm-hmm.
And my understanding of your allegation from those letters is that the harms that are indicated there apply to this project because they mention the term private marinas a couple of times in each letter. And one of them, A16, talks about this is something that we consider to be an impact outside of the marinas. Would you agree with me that those letters are talking about the private marinas in the sense of hazardous substances in the sediment in the marina lake areas? They're not talking about the marina in the sense of the entire marina property, which, by the way, would you agree with me, is the Condo Marina Association property is only to the edge of the boardwalk.
Okay, we're getting a lot of questions out
Okay,
here. So let's start with question
Would you
one.
agree with me that the private marina term and the phrase outside the marinas is referring to the portion of the marina in the water?
Yes, yes.
And would you agree with me that they're not talking about the portion of the marina upland property?
Yes, that's true.
And would you also agree with me that the Marina Condo Association, which owns the marina and the piers, does not own the property on which the bridge will be installed?
No. The Harbor Village site, if we look at A28,
You could just answer yes or no. You said no?
no,
Would you agree with me that's owned by the condominium association?
it's owned by Harbor Village Marina and the Condo Association. They're somewhat different entities, but as far as DNR is concerned, legally they have the same board.
That comment is a guess, isn't it?
What's the question?
What
Would you
is
agree
that?
with me that the bridge project will be installed on the property owned by the Harbor Village Condominium Association,
And?
not the Marina Association?
No, it's on Harbor Village Marina land.
I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to also draw your attention to A28.
Is this on the same issue?
Yes, because Rob wondered who owns this land.
Okay.
There is apparently an easement, and I will read from the top of page A28, starting with, "The pedestrian bridge and walkways shall be shown on the survey. The city shall provide a copy of the survey to the president of the Board of Plaintiff." That's the president of the Condo Association. "If necessary, as indicated by the survey, plaintiff agrees to execute a permanent easement for the bridge and walkways. plus 10 feet on either side of the pedestrian bridge, and 5 feet on either side of the walkways for construction, installation, operation, maintenance, repair, and replacement of the pedestrian bridge and walkways by the city. Plaintiff agrees to grant this easement without payment or compensation by the city. These easements shall be prepared by the city, shall be in a form acceptable to both parties, and shall be recorded with the King County Recorder's Office.
Where are you reading from?
Oh, A28, the top of page 3, that first paragraph.
Thank you.
It shows how much the easement is. That doesn't mean that Harbor Village Marina doesn't retain ownership.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions on that, Mr. Koskela?
Yes. Ms. Hurst, you're reading from the settlement agreement and release, which is between Harbor Village Condominium Association and the city. Is that not true?
It's the same. They're the same. Illegally, they're the same. DNR negotiates with them both the same. The city negotiates with them both the same.
I have nothing further.
Okay. All right, and you have some additional issues you wanted to present, correct?
Yes, yes.
All right, it's 10 to 12. What I'd like to do is there someone here, maybe you, Andrew, that can pause the record? And I want to then, we're going to take a break, but before we do, I want to make sure I meet with Mr. Koskela and Ms. Hurst off the record. And then we'll return to hearing at 1 o'clock. We're going to reconvene the hearing. Sorry, it's now just after 1 o'clock, and it's an opportunity for the appellant to produce and present her next issue.
At this time, I'd like to ask Richard Honor to testify about toxicity.
Good afternoon, sir. Once you get settled in, I'll ask you to take the oath. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell truth and testimony you give today?
Yes.
Thank you. And your name for the record, please.
My name is Richard Honor. I'm a resident of Kenmore.
And did you have questions for your witness?
He's a scientist. He has a PhD. He's got all kinds of field experience. I think I'd rather he just go his own direction because he will know more than I about the science.
Okay.
Is that all right?
That's fine.
Okay.
And what is the subject matter that we're going to hear testimony about?
The subject matter of my testimony today is an extension of my testimony from last time, if I may. It must be on a record. And I appreciate your attention to the issue of focus and keeping us out of the jungle. That's very helpful. In this case, what I would like to restate in shorter words, shorter terms, shorter amount of time, is that I think that the city of Kenmore and the agencies with which it is associated on this matter of dredging, moving soil, disturbing sediments, testing for toxins or not, I think the city of Kenmore is being negligent. It's a government entity, and I think it has a responsibility to its citizens with regard to the primary matter of public health and safety. I see great evidence where the city of Kenmore has invested a lot of thought and money into making parks and improving intersections and the safety matters associated with traffic control and the like. But when it comes to our waterfront, I think the city is going to have to make improvements with regard to exposing its citizens and its guests, meaning visitors, to toxic shoreline on the land, at the water's edge, and in the sediments. There isn't any doubt that these materials, soils and sediments, contain an historical load of toxins of all kinds. We see the evidence from the testing results from various agencies and entities over time, and I really appreciate what they have done. It gives an extraordinary picture, historically, probably dating back to the 1800s, of a location, an area that has experienced the Industrial Revolution and the technology revolution and the wastes thereof, which accumulate in these soils and sediments. And no matter what the cost may be, because cost can never be an issue, even in a small city like Kenmore, its primary mission must be the public health and safety of its citizens, because there is very strong evidence that toxins of many kinds reside in these materials. I am continuing my statement from the last hearing that my firm belief is that no soil, no sediment should be disturbed for any cause or reason unless there is substantial testing horizontally and vertically down to what would be historical depths of various sources of the contamination, so that the city then will have a database of information on the kinds and amounts of toxins in all of these materials. And thereafter, going forward, anytime someone seeks a permit to remove a piling, install a piling, disturb the sediments with prop wash from tugboats or large water vessels, or building abutments or putting in foundations, that there is a database of information upon which the issuance of a permit may be justifiably authorized or not. So I want to make on the public record that personally, me, alone, if with no one else, I hold the city of Kenmore responsible for providing that database based on modern methods of analytical chemistry analysis of the scope of toxins that are here. We talk about such toxins as dioxins and furans, but of course we all know there's no such thing as a dioxin or a furan. They're families. They're very large families of chemical compounds. Most of them are persistent organic chemicals. They're persistent in sediments, they're persistent in soils, but in the presence of oxygen, meaning oxidation, or by ultraviolet light, or by microbial degradation, or by simple chemical reactions in the matrix of soil or sediment, some of these degrade. And what we know, because I'm currently involved in the analytical chemistry of a lot of these kinds of compounds, is that the degradants, meaning the degradation products of these compounds, are very often even more toxic than the parent compounds. Some of them do not necessarily have recognizable chemical names. So when someone wants to trivialize the presence of these kinds of toxins in these sediment and soil environments, I want to assure them that they know not what are the kinds of chemicals and how toxic they are or not, and at what threshold or not they may be responsible for human disease or environmental damage.
Okay, and I appreciate you began your testimony with focus. So what is it about this proposed project?
So, for example, my next sentence is about the letter from Maura O'Brien, the Department of Ecology. I found it quite naive when she dismisses the toxicity from these sediments, because she's obviously talking about a few toxins of which she knows at a few concentrations but not about the risk and threat to public health that is in the rest of the materials in there. I think that the focus that you seek has to do with the issuance. I'm going to miss the words. Mr. Hunter, if you can restate what you told Ann so many times today. We want you to focus on your appeal that questions the validity of, and what is the document?
See, environmental checklist and then the threshold determination that the city made. That's why this is an appeal hearing. It's
Yeah.
not a public hearing, but it's related to the appellant's claim that the city acted in error.
Yes.
They were mistaken, that they
Yes.
made mistakes.
Yes, and that's what I'm trying to focus on. I think the city made an error in their judgment because they did not consider the full scope of the toxic risk and threat by disturbing any of these sediments until such time that a thorough, comprehensive toxin examination has been made by both horizontal and vertical dimensions. Does that work for focus?
Well, you refer to sediments, and when I hear that term, I'm thinking of material that's underwater.
Yes, and the reason that's relevant here is because we're talking about a specific case where the sediments were dredged up and conveyed to the land, and therefore the toxins with it. And in an aqueous environment of whether it's a shoreline, the adjacent soils, the adjacent sediments, wetlands, stream entrances, based on just the principles of hydrology, they are all one and the same because toxins tend to move in these materials as a function of rain and water movement, currents, and so on.
If they are sediments that are placed on land, don't they diminish or possibly diminish with photo?
No, because they're not exposed to the UV appropriately enough, and it's very minimal degradation anyway. You can find many of these compounds that'll be living in soils, detectable in soils, many, many decades on.
They don't migrate through the soil back
They
to the-
migrate in soil, but it's a function usually of water. What they tend to do is they bond to various kinds of other chemical entities, such as micro or nanoparticulate organics that might be in the dark soils. You talk about black dirt, black soils, but also various chemical entities in clays, whether they're montmorillonite type clays. There's a lot of chemistry that goes on. And then when you get into the degradants, the products of degradation, they have their own toxicities and their own bonding affinities to different kinds of compounds. None of this can be predicted beforehand, which is the point of why it must be evaluated on a comprehensive nature, because a city and its attorney or its mayor or its city manager or its secretary or anyone else cannot predict the behavior or the toxicity of these chemicals in these various environments that are one and the same of sediments, absolute shoreline line, and adjacent soils.
What action is it
The action
within this project?
from me in this project is a sub-project of my greater interest, larger project, and that is comprehensive testing should be done, not for a dioxin or an indicator furan, but for a larger menu of toxins that are known to be here based on testing that has been done by various entities historically up to the present. So moving these materials was obviously, to me, an error in the first case into flower beds and those kinds of things. And it should not be repeated going forward for any cause or reason. It's dangerous material.
Okay. Thank you. Did you have any questions for your
No,
witness?
thank you, Richard.
Let's find out before, I know you want to get going, but the city may have some
Oh.
questions for you before you get on your way to Bend. I want to make sure you get there today. But the city has an opportunity to
Yes,
ask
sir.
some clarifying questions.
I'm sorry, I do have some questions. Mr. Honor, you testified that you had no doubt that there are toxic levels of hazardous substances at the site. Is that correct?
That's an interesting question.
Well, my question is...
Toxic levels?
First of all,
Of the compounds of which we speak, there isn't a non-toxic level, for clarity.
Oh, so your testimony is that the word toxic to you means any level of hazardous substances is toxic?
Anything that will cause harm, may or will cause harm.
Okay. So if the level of a dioxin at this project site is very minimal, significantly below cleanup levels, and even below the natural environmental levels, you consider that to be toxic?
Yes, of course it is toxic because it can do harm. It depends on the target organism or cell that you're testing against. But I also have the opinion that when someone like the EPA or the Department of Ecology creates some level that they say is safe, it's typically not based on anything of meaning. And on the other hand, if they base it on what are the other background levels, say, for example, the shores of all of Lake Washington from here to Renton, I don't think that makes much sense either, because what you're doing is saying a level of toxicity is okay. And if you have any concern whatsoever for public health and safety or for human environmental health, you would say your acceptable level is 0.
Thank you for that answer. So is it true that then your use of the term toxic, when you're talking about these substances, is not shared by DOE, is not shared by the Department of Fish and Wildlife, is not shared by the United States Army Corps of Engineers?
Absolutely, that's correct.
Is not shared by the Department of Health,
That is correct.
either in writing or in regulations?
Neither in writing
your personal
or-
opinion, is that correct?
It's my personal opinion.
And so when you say that the city is responsible for providing a database of these so-called toxic levels of contaminants, that's also your personal opinion, correct?
I'm missing that question. Start it over?
If you testified that you hold the city responsible
Yes.
for providing a database
Yes.
of the toxic levels and contaminants along
Yes.
Lake Washington in the city.
Yeah.
And isn't it true that that's your personal opinion that is not held by the agencies I just mentioned?
Absolutely my personal opinion, because I believe the city of Kenmore has an independent responsibility to protect the health and welfare of its citizens, regardless of what any other agencies, county, state, or federal may have in mind. Toxicology is an evolutionary science. It changes over time as more is learned about the kinds of toxins and their relative toxicities.
Right. And to be honest about your testimony, then, since it's changing over time, the applicable state agencies and federal agencies have not moved to your position yet.
I missed a word, I'm sorry.
Isn't it true, then, that you said that these levels of concern and testing and data production,
Yeah.
that it changes over time, and so isn't it true that those agencies I just mentioned have not caught up to your time frame and your position?
Yes, and they admit that readily, yes, because the whole concept of synergistic toxicity comes into play, whereby having combinations of toxins render such toxins as being synergistically more toxic than just adding the toxicity of one to the toxicity of the other. Okay. So the synergistic toxicity issue is there. Also, keep in mind that the EPA right now has something like 80,000 chemical entities backlogged for testing, but they readily admit they can only test about 7 a year. So how many decades do you think it may take for us to get to 80,000 compounds? And it's evolutionary also with respect to what will be considered toxins. What we have as a baseline now, based on EPA and Army Corps and ecology, probably dates back a decade or more. I think it was 1981. I just had to write a report on part of this, since certain toxins were tested last, 1981. So the regs haven't changed to catch up to that yet. But as more chemical entities are tested for their scope of toxicity and the levels at which they're toxic, we will see changes in the regs. And what you don't want to do, you may want to, because you're working.
You've answered my question. You can stop now if you'd
But
like.
you may want to try and get somewhat ahead with regard to the protection of the health and welfare of your citizens. They must be number one.
Thank you. Has Appellant Amherst shown you any of the city's exhibits for the hearing today?
Ann Hurst emailed me some,
Yes, I think,
she emailed me a document, and I'm not sure what it was. I've not been home,
Okay.
so
And I heard you testify that you attended a hearing in this room a couple of months ago regarding similar issues.
yes.
So have you had an opportunity to review Exhibit C23 in this hearing, which is the Kenmore Area Sediment and Water Characterization Environmental Evaluation Report, prepared by the Toxic Cleanup Program of DOE, dated May 2013?
can
No.
you give him a copy? Yes, this is one. Sorry. Can you give him a
It
copy?
may be in my email, but no, I haven't sat
You
and
haven't
read
seen
it.
it?
Just,
Yeah.
just let him respond. He
I have
hasn't
not
seen a copy.
read
You
it.
have.
If I have it, I may have it, but I have not studied it carefully.
So your answer is you haven't studied it. Thank you.
This is the 213 ecology study.
Ms. Hurst, this is just between the city attorney and the witness.
Okay.
Yeah. Not that I recall. I likely have it, but I don't recall studying it.
Okay. And also, there is an exhibit, C25, that the city will be introducing, which is a Department of Health consultation that was issued after that report I just mentioned. Did you read that Department of Health consultation?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Honor, for being here today, and safe journey to you.
Thank you, Richard. Okay. So the next item in the SEPA checklist is page 3, under Earth, C. And I'm wondering, how did they come up with sand, peat in ponded area? Where exactly did they look to find the soil type? And it's not mentioned in the critical area report, nothing specific.
Okay, you've stated that you have a curiosity about it. Are
Yes.
you making an allegation that there's something
It just is.
inappropriate about this
Well,
response?
Obviously, on the pedestrian Harbor Village Marina side, that's not the case in the flower beds. So I'm wondering how far back, where were they looking at sand? At the abutments? I mean, it's just. Okay,
Well,
I'll
again,
move
this
on.
is your appeal hearing. It's not a public hearing where we're just, everybody exchanges information.
Okay.
So are you
I will-
making an allegation of
I'm making an allegation
conduct by the city?
that this is very surface, primarily sand with peat and ponded area. What general types of soils are found on the site? So I just want to know, where did they look for the soils?
Okay.
All right, then I'll move on. And D, are there surface indications or history of unstable soils in the immediate vicinity? If so, describe. No. However, site does occur within geologic hazard area. D on page 3 has been answered over and over again that this site is unstable. And if you look at A24, it's an article on flooding that occurred in December of 2008. And it's on page 2, and I printed it in bold when I printed it. It's an article that can be found at the Bothell Kenmore Reporter. So that's one example of unstable soil, A24, page 2. A25 is a marina group, the Condo Association and Harbor Village Marina sue because they're being flooded by this stream, and they mention 2007.
Let me just ask you about that. A25. It's a news article, is it? Or
Yes,
what?
about the suit, and
Article about the suit.
Yeah,
Is
what-
it your contention that the filing of a lawsuit is proof of the allegation within the lawsuit?
no, but this was observable flooding. It doesn't matter whose fault it was. The flooding occurred.
Okay, so your reference to A24 and A25 is that there
I'm
have
just-
been floods.
It floods. A26, that's this, the suit that, and the decision. And we've already covered A26. A27, page 2, talks about the flooding again.
What finding is it that you would want me to make? That there has
I-
been
I
flooding
want-
of the
I want it
Harbor Marina
known-
site?
I want it known that this is not stable soil.
That the soil on the Harbor Marina site is unstable?
Yes, it floods.
And that it floods both, or one or the other?
Here, it floods. It's continually flooding and widening the channel.
What is it? It floods.
0056. The stream.
The stream overflows at banks?
Yes.
Or floods?
Yes.
Okay, you'd like that to be a finding that I make?
Yes.
Stream
And
from time to time, or occasionally, or often? What is your allegation?
often. In A28, the city states this about the 2007 flood. They don't state about the 2008 flood or the 2009 flood.
What is in A28?
A28 is
Where? Where in
A28 is on page 1, item B.
The large storm event hit western Washington, including Kenmore. Tributary 0056 overflowed its banks and caused damage.
Yes.
Okay, you want me to make that as a finding?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's fine. Does the city dispute that stream 0056 floods from time to time?
We'd not like to stipulate to that because you have to take that into context. What
I'm
type
not
of
really
flooding,
asking.
where did it flood on this property? We agree that flooding has occurred in the city during certain periods of time.
Yeah.
We're not going to agree as to the impacts of that on this site.
Is that the type of finding that you want, that stream 0056 has flooded from time to time?
It is unstable. I could call Elizabeth Mooney again regarding the outlet, how it's changed.
No, I'm just asking you, I'm trying to understand what you want me to do. And you want me to make a finding, correct?
Yes, in the city evidence,
Be specific about what finding you'd like me to make.
the soil is unstable. The checklist is incorrect.
Soil is unstable.
The checklist is incorrect.
Doesn't the checklist say it's in a seismic hazard zone?
That doesn't, it doesn't, yes, but the first answer is no. Are there surface indications or history of unstable soils in the immediate vicinity? If so, describe. The answer is, in D, on page 3, no.
So what is the finding that you would like me to make?
The soil is unstable.
The soil on the entire site?
The banks of tributary 0056.
The soil on the banks of 0056
Yes,
is unstable.
yes.
Okay.
I'd like to also draw attention to the city's C4, page 8. It's a photograph of kind of a mock-up of the bridge.
Which number was that?
And what about that?
C4, page 8, they've tried to stabilize it. They threw a bunch of what one scientist, well, it's called riprap, rocks and
Okay, and so what do you want?
C4, page 8. Well,
What about that?
you can take a look at the photograph and see the riprap where the city's tried to stabilize that.
And I don't mean this in any derogatory way, but, okay, so what? I mean, why does that matter?
The soil is unstable, and that D on page 3 is answered incorrectly. There is a lot of evidence that the site is unstable.
And if everyone agrees with you, what would you want to see happen as a result of that information?
I want, on the Harbor Village side, testing. Item E.
What about that?
Item E tells how much dirt they'll excavate, also on page 3,
Page 3 of which document?
the checklist.
Okay, that's Exhibit A4 on
Yes.
page 3.
Yes.
Item E,
Yes.
describe the purpose, type, total area, and approximate quantities and total affected area of any filling, excavation, and grading proposed. And what is it that you are alleging is an error?
It's not either on its drawings, its CAR, its JARPA. It's not explained how you're going to get the 40 yards out of there, 40 cubic yards out of there. That is over 2 dump truck loads, and how you're going to put the 40 yards on the other side, if that's
So where, I'm asking
case.
you, where, your appeal is the city made numerous mistakes.
in
where-
the checklist.
Okay, where-
Inadequate information.
I see.
So page 3, item E, it says, grading will only occur in the bridge footing and abutment areas, and they're talking about, well, probably 3 normal dump truck loads. A big heavy-duty dump truck can carry 20 cubic yards, but you can't get a dump truck in there. It's there's not room.
I guess I'm confused. Does that question on the checklist ask about that?
It says describe the purpose, type, total area, and approximate quantities and total affected area of any filling, excavation, and grading proposed. Indicate source of fill. So there's no source of fill indicated. They do say some local trenching. It's not indicated where that will be for drainage. They say 40 cubic yards will be cut and 40 cubic yards of fill is proposed. So are they just moving it from one side to the other? It's not explained.
Mm-hmm. I see your point.
Thank you. If they are moving it via clamshell. We've seen today pictures of clamshell dredging. It's a very messy process. Could easily be dumped into the creek. Okay, on page 4, there is this statement that 2% of the site's parcel will result in additional concrete paving at bridge abutments for pedestrian
And where are you on page
J
4?
at the top of the page 4, on the checklist.
Page 4, item J.
Yes. It asks, what percent of the site will be covered with impervious surfaces after project construction? And they say 2% of the site's parcel. Now we have to go back to page 3 to read what the site parcel size is. 12-acre property, tax parcel 1126049,148. That's on page 3 in item 12.
And the point you're making here is,
2% of 12 acres is 10,500 square feet. However,
and what about that?
the city engineer in a letter A13 says special drainage will not be required because it looks like they're going to add only 500 square feet of concrete, of new concrete, plus access.
Okay, and where is that?
A13, there's only one page. Item 2. The project appears to generate less than 500 square feet of new impervious surface and is therefore exempt from drainage review.
Okay. So you see a conflict in the city's figures, one
I
being
do.
over 10,000 square feet, the other stating 500 square feet.
Yes.
Okay, anything else that you wanted to go through the checklist?
Well, the local trenching troubles me. But on page 5, they say in their plans, well, anyway, we'll just stick with page 5 on the checklist, that tributary 0056 will be protected by silt fencing and by coordinating construction to occur during...
Where are you reading from?
Oh, page 5, C, item 1.
Okay.
But they don't say how they're going to protect the creek when they're doing the grubbing, which occurs before construction. It just doesn't seem complete. And once again, I want to point out in A15, which gives the price of $500 for grubbing, we already covered that. That's not very careful grubbing. They say they're going to relocate the plants. I'd like to have their gardener. That's a real inexpensive. So, again on page 6, plants, item E. I do believe these are invasive plants, and I just happened to notice buttercups in the area. They're very obvious there. I know they're considered a noxious weed, and there's no mention of the underwater plants in the area. We've had some different, I know boaters have had some problems. So it's incomplete. Item E on page 6.
Should have included buttercups.
And the underwater plants, they're not included.
Do you know what they are?
No, I don't. I just, milfoil comes to mind, but I'm not certain that's still there. I don't know.
Okay.
I've been here for 40 years, so. Item 5, animals. List any birds and other animals which have been observed on or near the site. And they only circle songbirds. Now, they do make up for this somewhat in the JARPA, which was created a day later, by adding purple martin colony nesting area, which is right at where the footings of the Log Boom Park Bridge will go.
Is the purple martin a songbird?
No, it's a swallow. I mean, I don't consider swallows songbirds. It's just a very rare swallow. We have a few colonies in this state. Idaho has more. So I would like to point people's attention to A9, which is the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife's listing of endangered, threatened species. It's quite a bit more, and protected. It's quite a bit more extensive, and you can see the map there of the area on A9.
And what does that show me?
The purple areas show where protected habitats are.
I understand that, but
Okay,
why
and-
is it that you want me to look at A9?
The little dot on the map, just on the map, that's where the purple martin nest, have a colony there.
And your argument is that that should have been disclosed by the city?
Yes.
And if they had done so, what should happen differently?
The restoration should include habitat for the purple martin, which is special. It's different than just songbird habitat.
Okay.
On page 5, if I can find it, it just takes a minute, my eyes don't, is
Page 5 of what?
page 5 of this same report from Washington. It's page 5 of A9.
Okay.
I'm looking for the, Janet, can you help me? I can never find this. It's the heron and the purple martin.
On page 5, there is the, different one.
No, it's the same one.
These are all the same page.
Oh. Well, give me yours. Okay.
I didn't bring it.
Are you having trouble finding a reference
My
to
eyes
something?
skip, so I'll just,
What is the reference you're looking for?
it's purple martin colony is listed there, and heron is listed there, and they're both protected, and they're seen quite often at.
Purple martin is the first one on page 6.
Oh,
And
it's on
heron-
page 7, the great heron.
Well, maybe we have different.
Okay, wait a minute, let's stay with that one for a second, thank you. Okay. Page 7, second from the bottom is the great heron.
Well, I'll.
It's just that outside
Your
this.
testimony is that there is a purple martin colony on the
And the great
Harbor
heron
site.
fish here at the outlet.
fish there. Okay.
Okay, that's good enough.
Who wants the purple heron?
You want the Purple Martin page also?
I have it.
Okay, you found it.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Okay,
It's
let
the
me go on
first
to the
item
next
on
one.
page
Okay,
6.
thank you very much, Janet. I just want to point out the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife on A10. Page 2. And it talks about the range of how heron fish, where they fish, their range. And in prior years, I don't know, I haven't double-checked, this area is considered a overlay protection area by the city for the great heron. This is A10, page 2.
Okay, I have that.
Okay. That whole page talks about their range. Do you want me to read it?
Yes.
Okay.
What is your point, is that the city should have disclosed that there's
Yes, they
heron
should-
use of the site?
Yes, yes, and the heron are protected.
Okay, so what should the city then have done differently?
It should have included that in the SEPA checklist.
Did that, what then might happen?
Right. Once it recognized that, it should get rid of all this riprap they've put on the outlet of the creek. It's not helping.
That's your personal opinion of what should be done?
Actually, Jeff Hall told me that's called riprap.
No, but is your opinion that it should be removed and that would somehow enhance the habitat?
Instead of, it should be a more natural habitat. They're just, at this point, they did some emergency work in 2011. I can't tell who took this picture or when it was taken. It's obviously in the winter. Just to quit losing park land, I'm certain Mr. Bauer can also testify that Log Boom Park land was being lost to this expanding creek.
Okay, so you would like, the city should have disclosed this information about
Under animals
blue heron.
on
and
page
then,
6.
As a result, created a more natural environment. Is that
Yes.
right?
The habitat's being disturbed. So, environmental health.
Where are you now?
I'm on page 7,
Of what?
the SEPA checklist.
Okay, you see, I need to get clued in.
Yeah, and
So
and
each
record
time
too. Okay.
You might think of that. So you're
All
back
right.
to the environmental checklist.
Yes,
That's A4, and you're now looking at page 7.
yes.
And what is it about that you want to draw my attention to?
Describe any known or possible contamination at the site from present or past uses. We've already gone through evidence A1 through 3.
What item is that?
Number 1 under environmental health.
Thank you. The city's answer is no contamination is listed in Ecology's searchable online database.
Yes.
Do you disagree with that?
Yes, I found by searching Ecology's database and plugging in Harbor Village Marina. A8. gives the site background.
And is that taken from that database?
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes, took me 5 minutes.
Yeah, but what date?
Pardon me?
What date did you do that on? What day?
I think that was October 8. And it should read A8. I tried to,
That's fine. We have it
Okay.
tabbed under A8.
but it says
You
A6.
downloaded from the website on October 8th.
October, maybe. October 8, maybe. Or maybe 7. The website address, it's still there. The website address is at the bottom of the document
And where does this show?
on page 2.
What is it? Where on page 2 are you pointing to?
Oh, I'm sorry, A8.
Yes.
A8 lists, second paragraph, page 1. It says, last year, Harbor Village Marina Association requested the U.S. Corps of Engineers to conduct sediment testing to dredge the marina. Now, these results showed elevated polychlorinated bipheноls, PCBs, and dioxinfurans. The dredge sampling report by Associated Earth Sciences showed 3 composite samples representing 7 locations, and results showed elevated PCB concentrations from 190 to 280 parts per billion and dioxinfuran 43 to 92. It's the same information that was in the DMMP, which the city has. The contamination question is very incomplete. There's also the last paragraph on page 1. Corps of Engineers David Kendall wrote a background summary of the HVM sediment results with a comparison to the earlier Kenmore Navigation Channel results. And I read that to you. That was the letter A1. That was the letter A1 from,
I recall it.
okay.
Is there anything else that you then want
Yes,
to share?
A23 also showed a Matka site. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. I'm going too fast. I'm sorry. If we go back to the ecology webpage.
Okay, A8.
Thank you. On page 2, the Harbor Village Marina site entered Ecology ISIS database with known and suspected petroleum, soil, and groundwater contamination in 1996. The underground storage tank closure and site cleanup report by Environmental Management Resources, Inc., dated August 28, 1996, showed that 2 UST were removed, petroleum soils were removed, and groundwater samples showed 13 UGL, or parts per billion, as diesel fuel above the MOTCA 1000 ppb method, a cleanup level for diesel. The consultant recommended natural attenuation for the groundwater as the source had been removed. No further action has been reported by Ecology, so it's not been cleaned up. The tanks have been removed.
Is that what that says to you?
Yes.
Okay.
And that should have been on the checklist. That should have been on the SEPA checklist on page 7 under 1 No contamination is listed in Washington Department of Ecology searchable online databases. That wasn't a very good search.
Okay. Is there-
A23, that's another Matka cleanup site up the creek of 0056. It's for pesticides.
Mr. Examiner, I would ask that Ms. Hurst give us some background and foundation for how this is relevant at all to our hearing today.
A23?
A20, yes.
Yeah, you just
Unless she-
referenced it.
unless
Is
she
that
ties it
all
in.
you intended to do, is to just say A23? Or were you going to provide some information about it?
It's not been cleaned up yet, and the site is ranked.
It.
A23 is a site on 0056.
Is a site on, where do you see that? Ms. Hurst, I have to really remind you that...
Oh, under
we don't-
background.
You went through so much effort to put this together,
Yes,
and you've read every document.
yes.
Don't assume that I have.
Okay.
You need to lead me through. Do you think I spent all my time reading through every document? You know, you
I
have to
didn't know.
point to me what you think's important, because there's so much material. It would be hard for me to know what to pay attention to. That's your job as the appellant. So
Okay.
what is it about 823 that is relevant to your argument that the city made a mistake when it filled out the environmental checklist?
Yes,
with
it is.
reference to page 7.
Yes, it's just that this is not considered, as Rod would say, I'm sure, part of the site. But the 0056 runs by this site and has been carrying toxins to the outlet of 0056. This is at 18115 62nd Avenue Northeast within the city of Kenmore. The city should know about this.
And what is the connection to the proposed action by the city to construct a pedestrian
It's just
bridge?
another indication of contamination.
So the city should have listed that on the checklist?
Yes.
Is that your claim?
Not necessarily, but they knew about this. They should have looked more thoroughly for contaminants of concern to answer on page 7 in the SEPA checklist.
Okay.
Okay. There's a,
Examiner, I would object to the introduction and acceptance of this exhibit.
823, or
A23.
referencing Mr. Casaguma?
No connection between hazardous substances at the site of the project and this property. And it appears also that this property was cleaned up many years ago. And there's also no evidence that whatever pesticides it's talking about that were on the site, even if they weren't cleaned up a long time ago, that they exist on this project site, or that they would even flow into stream 0056.
the dredging was done in 2004.
Well, the objection of the city attorney, he doesn't want this to be an exhibit as part of the record of this proceeding because he doesn't see a connection between it and the project site. Is there another name for the stream, or does everybody call it 0056?
They call it Whisker Creek, Little Creek,
Okay,
and there's
0056.
a native name.
And your argument is that it is connected because the stream flows by that site that's upland.
That's
All right, I'll leave it in as an exhibit, but, you know, these are very tangential connections.
okay.
So I hope your remaining testimony gives me a better indication of the ultimate question, what difference does it make?
Okay.
So are there other challenges you have to the city's action that it took when it prepared and then released its threshold determination following environmental review?
Yes. On the SEPA checklist, page 11.
Skipping through 8, 9, and 10,
Yes.
page 11 of 13, and what item on that page are you going to bring to my attention?
Under recreation, which we covered,
That's paragraph 12 or number 12, all right?
A25,
Well, just take it one at a time.
okay,
Well, you're referencing Exhibit A25.
yes,
What is your concern about this recreation response?
the fishing,
It's a public park with recreational opportunities.
yes.
And the question on the checklist, what designated an informal
It's, number one,
recreational opportunities are in the immediate vicinity?
number
Are you telling
one,
me the city didn't disclose properly?
right, under A. The site is a public park with recreational opportunities. Now, is he talking about the 12 acres, or is he talking about the marina? Because the marina is not public.
Okay. So it's unclear, is what you're alleging. The city was not clear.
Right, it sounds good, it's a public park, but it's not actually, it's connecting a public park to a private marina. That's, and we covered that already through A32.
You did.
Yes.
And showing that it's not all public property.
Right.
That might be affected.
And we also covered, give me a minute.
Are there other concerns than you have with the city's environmental review?
Yes, under recreation. So A, B, and C. And we have covered those earlier by establishing the marina is not public. And the agreement with Harbor Village Marina by the city, we covered that. A27, page 2, the 3 goals. And he, whoever wrote this actually does not put in the 3 goals. It says, propose measures to reduce or control impacts on recreation, including recreation opportunities to be provided by the project or applicant, if any. It just says pedestrian connectivity and passive recreational opportunities. It doesn't mention that fishing is a goal.
Okay, it's your allegation the city should have included more detailed information, including
Well-
that some of the site is private and that activities may include fishing.
Yes. And overall, then I'm concluding
That
here.
completes your review of the checklist?
That finishes the review of the checklist and my evidence.
Let me ask you then on your last point about the response to recreation. Had the city disclosed part
Oh,
of the site
no,
is... let me finish my question
I'm
to
sorry,
you.
I forgot.
Yeah, focus.
Okay,
Focus.
all right.
If the city had completed its response by adding the information you suggest, that part of the site is private, and that the opportunities to be provided would include fishing, what should then the city have done differently as a result of that information?
Well, there shouldn't be fishing.
Okay.
And I meant to call Elizabeth. I forgot a whole section of the evidence because she was going to speak to it, and I just forgot it. It's a Millie Judge's paper on why cleanup's not happening, why the tributaries that flow into Northeast Lake Washington are not being improved. And that document that Elizabeth will speak to is, a second, I'll find it. Oh, A11, Chinook Recovery Plan. And there's one other item I forgot to include when I was talking about the rich avian life that was not included in the checklist is A12. I went down at noon Sunday and a couple weeks ago and shot I only had about an hour and shot a whole lot of photos of birds down there. Not necessarily protected, but it's a rich avian area, and it's fun to watch the birds there.
Well, that's A12.
That's A12.
Okay. That A12 is of interest to me as I thumb through it, just in one aspect. Page 2. What is page 2 that you have? What's it a photo of?
It's a fish advisory at Log Boom.
Isn't that what you claim the city should do?
I think there should be no fishing. The amount that people can eat is so small. It's not even one meal a week. And, yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted more avian life listed and beyond songbirds in the SEPA checklist. And then Elizabeth can speak to the Millie Judge report.
Well, I'm not sure.
Oh.
Why is that something that is
It
appropriate?
is because she says of the WIRA 8 cities that recovery of the tributaries is not happening because the cities are not taking responsibility.
Well, again,
For example, based on that
Mr. Constantino.
explanation, so to speak, I would object to the acceptance of A11 into the record.
Well, what is the basis for your objection?
Apparently, it's a report on what the cities are and aren't doing generally for Chinook salmon recovery in Lake Washington.
Yes.
It's too tenuous, it's too ambiguous with respect to the issues before us today.
Well, Kenmore is one of the cities that isn't doing the recovery, and I have that on the WIRA 8 document, which
She's relying upon some document that hasn't been produced for the exhibit list.
I know, but I can speak to it, it's there. And 0056 is one of the highest priorities for improvements in the WIRA 8.
Okay, I have to rule on the objection.
Okay, I'm
And
sorry.
you understand the basis of the objection is that this appeal is focused on a specific project, a pedestrian bridge that connects a marina to a park. And that this study, as you have described it, is a very general reference about the cities or some cities' failures to effectuate cleanup. I'm going to find that it's not related to this appeal. It may be very important information, and I don't disagree. Very important information, although it is 2002, it seems, a bit dated. But in
It's
any
2011.
okay.
And
But in any event, it's not relevant to this appeal. So
Elizabeth-
this document's not going to be considered as part of this hearing.
Elizabeth can tie it specifically to Kenmore.
Well, I just gave that opportunity for you to make that argument of why you think it's relevant. I don't doubt that it's tied to Kenmore, but it's about generalized efforts to clean up or not clean up contamination. That's not why we're here today. We're
All right.
here on a specific project that you appealed.
All right, then what I'd like is for Elizabeth to specifically talk about where Kenmore has not followed her guidelines for cleanup, because she's just the renowned authority on this in the state.
If that's the basis and foundation of testimony, I'd object to the testimony.
I'm a little confused, too. I asked about additional witnesses, and you identified one, Dr. Honor. He presented his information. And I thought that was our agreement before we took our break, that he would testify and you would go through the rest of your objections to the city's environmental review, which you've now done.
I did that. However, the testimony by Elizabeth is important because the city says that there are no fish in the 0056, and she's been a stream keeper for a long time and has observed fish in 0056.
Is that I don't remember you bringing that up during your presentation of the appeal. Where does the city say there's no fish? Is that on the environmental checklist?
It's in the car.
I'm sorry?
That it's not a fish-bearing stream. I believe that's where it is. I'll find it.
It's in the car?
The critical areas report, I believe so. I'm not certain.
Well, we're going through, it seems like my role here all day is to get the focus on what this appeal is about. And I have given you a lot of direction in pre-hearing orders and throughout the course of this hearing. The appeal is about your allegation, your claim, your petition, your complaint that the city did not follow appropriate environmental review procedures.
Yes.
That is a checklist, it's
Yes.
review of studies, and then it's how they issue the threshold determination.
Yes.
There may be all sorts of other studies about cleanup and WIRA actions, and I don't dispute that they may be very important, but in another context.
All right.
This is an appeal. You're claiming this project, the pedestrian bridge, should not go forward, that it should stop, that it's just not the right thing to do.
Yes.
That you claim the city hasn't given you enough information to evaluate whether it would have significant adverse environmental impacts.
Yes.
That's why you're here.
Yes.
We're not here to look at, is the city complying with general cleanup standards? Has the city been deficient in implementation of the status assessment? This isn't why we're here. That's for another forum. We could go for weeks.
But if you're going to
So we're focusing on this appeal.
If you're going to issue a permit right after this without a process for permit appeal, unless I go to the shoreline board, I think it's part. This is the place where the health of Stream 0056, which is bridge will connect, and who knows what will do to the outlet, needs to be assessed with some testing and cleanup.
Okay. Is there anything more you wanted to present as part of your appeal?
Only that I would like Elizabeth to testify to what should be done at Stream 0056 and what she's seen at Stream 0056 as far as habitat.
Okay, we'll bring your witness forward.
Okay, Elizabeth, thank you.
Mr. Examiner, I do have some questions to ask about all of the checklist statements made by Ms. Hurst. I'd
Yeah.
be happy to ask those after Ms. Moody testifies.
Yeah, I think that'd be appropriate. We've kind of lost track of all the issues raised, but Mr. Costigan will want to cross-examine you on some of the statements you made,
Fine.
as he did Mr. Honor. And now Ms. Mooney's back at the witness table and was earlier placed under oath. So how did you want her to present testimony?
I would like to let her have free rein because she's worked on this since 2002. I haven't
Okay, for purposes of timing of this hearing today,
Mm-hmm.
can you give me some idea of how much testimony you want to present?
Oh,
How
I
much
don't
time?
think it would, unless I'm forgetting something, it'd probably be at most 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Is that,
That sounds good.
unless there's some
Please
more.
continue with your testimony then.
In terms of the city's negligence, alleged negligence, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but I did contact Mark Connolly. He works for the city, and I tried to contact him directly. I believe it was April, and he did not call me back. He did not email me back. He only came in on Mondays and Tuesdays, and in my opinion, there was excuse after excuse.
Excuse me, Mr. Examiner, this is totally irrelevant to this.
Yeah, we're not going to engage in
He's
personal
the
attacks.
one. No, he's the one who was in charge of this project.
Fine, but you're attacking
So-
somebody without them present, and that's inappropriate. So just get to your testimony, please.
Right, so what I'm saying is that my information that could have been given to the city was eliminated because the city staff switched from Mark Connolly to Andrew. And in the meantime, the
But you're
threshold
here-
determination was made.
Okay, just present your information. What you're saying is you made efforts to give this to the city, but they did not receive it before making their determination.
Correct. The city should have had the professionalism of calling me back or emailing me back, and certainly before the threshold determination was
And
made.
what is the information? You have an opportunity to present it now in the next 5 minutes.
So the city has a permit that they're given, I think it's by NOAA Fisheries, that is related to the 4D rule. And this is so that they do not have to get permit by permit for each action, as long as they abide by the guidelines that are consistent with things like best management practices. So my feeling is that over the course of over a decade, because I have been involved in appeals that you've been presiding over, grants, that the city has not protected the Chinook salmon, which are threatened, at the mouth of Stream 0056. The stream itself made its way to Log Boom Park, despite the city trying specifically to not restore that mouth to the public park. And that is through personal communication that I heard at a grant where the city was, maybe you don't want hearsay, so all I'm saying is that the city made efforts that were not consistent with following the rules that have to do with this 4D rule. They should be recognizing that there are, and Roger Tabor has evidence and is a research scientist specifically about Chinook salmon, who down in the south end of Lake Washington, they track where they go in the near shore. So 0056's mouth, now that it is in Log Boom Park, is a splendid opportunity for everybody to enjoy salmon recovery in the city of Kenmore. And it should be applauded, and it should be an opportunity now for testing to make sure that if, for example, there are children who come and start a program about salmon recovery, kokanee would be a splendid species to reintroduce at the mouth of Stream 0056, because historically kokanee would have been the prime species for this lake, and the size of 0056 is appropriate for the kokanee, the small version of the landlocked Oncorhynchus nerca. So the opportunity is there, but the only way for the city to proceed in and protect public health and safety while also protecting the recovering salmonids that can utilize the habitat at the mouth of 0056 in North Lake Washington, is that if there are toxins that have made their way into that area where people will be dealing with soil or sediment or whatever it is that you want to call it there, a reasonable person having seen all the evidence that has come through the last decade, or thanks to Ms. Hurst's appeals, a reasonable person, in my opinion, would test. And certainly the city of Kenmore has an obligation to not only protect the economics of the shorelines, marinas, but also to protect against the potential harm that would come from children utilizing the shoreline. It is known that there are toxins in urban streams.
Okay, let's get back to the appeal.
Okay.
Again, this is not a public hearing on what you believe the city of Kenmore should do, other than related to this environmental review undertaken by the city because of the proposal to construct a pedestrian bridge. And I feel your testimony is wandering off that topic into the general discussion about what should happen.
Okay, so then just in protecting the Chinook salmon that are threatened, that deserve to be protected by the 4D rule, there could be investigations and research done on the soil that will be potentially eroded into the delta by the flooding that does happen off and on through the years. So whether or not those toxins, if they exist in the riprap area of the proposed bridge, whether or not those toxins actually would harm the juvenile Chinook, which it is documented hug the shoreline, and I can say I have seen the leaping of the fry in the spring and early summer at that site at the 0056 mouth in Logboom Park. I've also seen a coho salmon that returned to the old site of stream 0056 where the dredging happened. So there's no doubt that salmonids, some threatened, some not, the coho are not threatened there. But there is an obligation on the part of the city to protect those threatened species. And a reasonable person would test, since there are dioxins and other contaminants of great concern in that same vicinity, and those could harm the threatened species of the Chinook. So without further testing, the city will not have any baseline upon which to base either their obligation to protect that threatened species or the children or other people who may be frequenting the site.
Thank you. And just about that obligation, do you mean a moral obligation? Or?
No, legal. It's a legal permit that I believe NOAA Fisheries gives a blanket type of permit that is under the 4D rule of the Endangered Species Act.
Okay, so that's your belief. We don't have the connection.
I could get you the evidence. I talked to a NOAA Fisheries scientist this morning.
That's what they told you then?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for doing that very efficiently. Anything more you wanted her to testify to?
No, thank you.
Stay there for a moment, because the city attorney may have some questions for you, and then I know it does have some for you, Ms. Hurst. Mr. Kasaguma?
For the sake of moving on, I don't have any questions.
No questions. Well, thank you for your testimony. Any of Ms. Hurst or none?
I do. Okay. I'll try to be brief.
It concerns me when you say that. That's usually a prelude.
Maybe it's 4 questions.
You promised to be brief.
Ms. Hurst, I call your attention to the checklist and your statements regarding B1D, which is page 3. and you were discussing the instability of the soils in the vicinity of the project,
I remember.
correct? I was unclear as to what you were alleging. Are you talking about instability in terms of this being in a geologically unstable area, a geologic hazard area, or are you saying it's unstable because if there's flooding, the soil in the project area would move elsewhere? What were you referring to?
The history of unstable soils that I was referring to. Are there indications of history of unstable soils in the immediate vicinity? In the immediate vicinity is the vicinity of the bridge.
Right, and I understood you to talk about the fact that you said there's flooding, and that the flooding. I understand that you were talking about how there has been flooding near the bridge. Is that correct?
Yes, and
And is it your assertion that because there's flooding that the soil is unstable?
Yes, because as I wish to ask Andrew after he testifies, the outlet of 0056 continues to widen. That's unstable. The flooding in 2009 caused the erosion, and the city had to shut down the bridge.
Okay. You talk about flooding. Isn't it true that about 5 or 6 years ago, the nonprofit group called Adopt a Stream
Yes?
cleaned out, widened, and put the riprap in around Stream 0056 in this vicinity?
My understanding is this was done in 2011.
Okay. But it was done.
It was done, but not
And
by
isn't that a
stream-
isn't that a salmon-friendly group?
Stream Keepers did not work in 2011. Stream Keepers worked in 2013.
I'm talking
Which
about
is-
Adopt a Stream, the group
That's
Adopt a
the same,
Stream.
the same thing.
Okay.
Tom Murdoch's organization.
But isn't it true they did a project and they,
In 2013. Not in 2011.
but they did this project, didn't they?
In 2013.
Thank you. And when you're talking about instability of the soil because of flooding, and you can answer this yes or no. Okay? You can answer my question yes or no. Isn't it true that if, as you say, there's flooding over the soil where the project will be constructed, that the dredged material that has been testified to before that was placed in flower beds in this area would be washed away or has been washed away already? Isn't it true, yes or no?
Didn't go up that high. Didn't hit that area.
Okay, so the flower beds you're talking about, are they immediately adjacent to the boardwalk?
Yes, some are. And some are where Tom Murdoch didn't know, unknowingly, was digging in the berm that is the lakeside of, as the Stream 0056
Yes.
crosses the property of Harbor Village condos, there is a big berm, which we believe is that dredge material, 580 cubic
Now,
yards.
the berm, would you please place that berm, because we want to know the answer to that question. So the berm, would you please place it in relation to one of the photographs that
Okay,
is in your Exhibit A, what is it?
actually, you can see it in this city exhibit, which I don't know when it was taken, but there's white. There's a raised area of white.
What are you pointing to?
It's,
Which exhibit?
It's a city exhibit. Okay, it's here, C19. You can see it through the fence. And when I spoke with Lori Fetham, she said there wasn't a chance for the dredge material we placed around Harbor Village Marina and the condos to get back into the water because we put lots of mulch. We covered it up. But she said, I don't know about the 2013 digging because now there is quite a lot of bare soil
Okay.
on that berm.
And how do you know that it was not washed away? Did you take pictures before and after the flooding you're talking about?
It was not washed away.
How do you know that?
It's still there.
How do you know it was there before?
It's because The 2004 pictures show the fence being taken down, that excavator, and it's totally flat. There's no berm there.
So the area you're talking about are flower beds where the dredge material was placed. And looking at this photograph you referred us to with the big red area on it,
Yeah?
it's the area that is underneath the yellow sign and underneath the gate? Is that correct?
It looks like, from looking at the petite plans, this is an older photo. I don't know, it's not dated. I don't know who took it. But what's your question? I'm sorry. I like
The flower beds that you are alleging were covered with dredged material
Yes,
from the 2004 dredging of the marina
Yes.
were placed in flower beds, correct?
yes, and,
You said that the flower beds are shown in this photo, and I'm just confirming with you, what you're talking about is in front of the gate, in front of that sign, and on the top of the red.
the abutments go back further than this visual. I hope you're not thinking this is to scale.
Well, I'm just asking you what flower beds you're talking about. In this photo, where are the flower beds, again?
The flower beds are on the Harbor Village Marina side of the property, which the city has now an easement 10 feet back and 5 feet on either side. The flower beds are on the non-water side of the lake on the boardwalk. The other berm runs across Harbor Village Marina, Harbor Village condos, parallel to the lake.
Right. And when you say parallel to the lake, how far from the boardwalk?
That berm is, I don't know, 50 feet? 50 feet from the boardwalk, maybe 100?
So how far away would it have been from the condo units that you see in the picture we're looking at?
I don't really
She didn't
measure in
testify.
my mind how
that's
far that
okay.
would be.
What I want to know is about the flooding. Is it your testimony that your belief is the flooding didn't go up to where the soils were placed?
No.
And then what's your concern? Because isn't the concern that the flooding would remove those soils and cause contamination?
The concern is this whole area is contaminated, and we don't know how much.
Okay. All right. But the flooding didn't go up that high in the past? All right. Thank you. Let's get back to Mr. Kasagumi. He may have some other questions.
Yeah. We'll have you testify to that. Okay, quickly, let's talk about Exhibit A9, because I don't think we understood correctly what you were testifying to.
A9 is
A9 is the WDFW
listing
map.
of some sort.
Right.
A threatened and endangered species.
And I recall your testimony was that if you look at page 1, there is a dot near the mouth of 0056 that
Yes.
says in the at the bottom of that page, PT.
I don't know what that means.
And
Other
then-
than in the JARPA, it's mentioned,
Right.
that
And then-
colony.
So we don't know what PT means.
I
So then
don't.
you were referring to the fact that the dot represents
Yes,
a habitat for certain species.
yes. Janet Hayes would know what.
Well, I'm asking you, because
Yes.
you were
I was told that.
talking about the exhibit.
I was told that this map was made up by Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife just for us.
Right, so is there anywhere in this document, because I couldn't find it, where PT is defined?
I think on page 7, there's more information on the purple martin.
Right, so then,
And they try not to give you the exact location, but she did on this map, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Right, so let's go to page 6 at the top, because we see there under the first, in the first line, Purple Martin.
For some reason, my page numbering got off, and I think it was page 9 that it was
Oh,
here.
I've just been told that, oh, no, it's page 6, yes.
Yeah.
I have it at the top of page 6,
Okay,
Purple
good.
Martin,
I have.
Log Boom Park, Kenmore, Breeding Colony.
Right.
Okay, mine's on page 8. I see it there.
Okay, so in our page 6, your page 8,
Yes,
would you agree with me that it says Log Boom Park, Kenmore, breeding
Yes.
site?
yes,
So if you go back to the first page we looked at,
yes.
doesn't it show Log Boom Park as colored purple?
Actually, it does,
It does, correct.
yes.
And therefore, couldn't one reasonably conclude that the Purple Martin habitat area referred to in this exhibit is Log Boom Park, not the dot?
I understand from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife
Well,
that this map was...
the question could be answered by yes or no.
Oh,
I didn't ask you what somebody told you about something. No.
this map is especially created for this appeal, if that makes sense. This map, produced by the only mapping person in Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, dotted that for us. I don't know why.
Okay. And then on it's checklist 12A, let's see, I'm sorry, checklist 7A1. Which is page
7.
7. And I asked a question about a lot of the testimony and then your interchange with the hearing examiner over the word site. You were asserting that the comment, no contamination is listed in the Washington Department of Ecology searchable online databases for this site, is in error because there's information, which is another exhibit, which discusses Harbor Village Marina. Is that correct?
Yes.
Couldn't it be true that the preparer of this checklist, in using the word site, was referring to the land where the project will be built, not the entire Harbor Village Marina yacht moorage?
Well,
Isn't it true that that's how you can interpret the word site?
I don't know. He calls it 12 acres a few pages prior. And the introduction is 12 acres. And that's just the park side.
But isn't it true that that site could mean the site on which the project will be constructed in 7A1?
I don't know what he means. He says 12 acres, but that doesn't include the marina. So the whole thing...
And that's because
is
you
a
wanted to
little
read otherwise, but isn't it true that you could read it that way? And it could be answered that way.
I didn't read it that way.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation of your appeal. It's an opportunity now for the city to present any rebuttal witnesses it wishes to present in response to the appeal.
Mr. Examiner, given what has occurred today and the testimony that we have heard, I would ask for a 10-minute recess before we present our witnesses.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
It's 2:45, so we can reconvene at 3 and give an opportunity to present efficiently the city witnesses. We'll reconvene at 3.
Okay. Okay. All right. You read it? Okay, good.
We are back on the record in the hearing that's an open record hearing of the Annhurst appeal of a threshold determination issued by the City of Kenmore. We've listened to the presentation of the appeal, including presentation of documents and witnesses, and now are giving a chance for the city to respond to that appeal. City Attorney Rod Kasaguma is here in the room and will help guide us through that response. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again. The city will have 4 witnesses, and we'll first call to the stand Andrew Bauer.
Will you please take the oath as a witness? Do you swear to tell truth in testimony you present today?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Bauer, would you tell us your position in the city of Kenmore and describe generally your participation in the bridge project, which is the subject of this appeal?
Sure. So my position here with the city is I'm a planner with the Development Services Department, and I conduct the project reviews for development applications as well as SEPA project actions. So in this instance, I was the primary reviewer and am the primary reviewer for the substantial development permit application, and was the primary reviewer for the SEPA environmental review.
How many years have you been working in this position or as a planner for the city?
With the city, coming up on 9 years, I believe.
And you mentioned this is an application for an SSDP. Has that SSDP been issued yet?
Not yet. The decision on the SSDP will be issued following the resolution of the SEPA determination.
Let's next talk for a minute concerning the specific location of the project. Would you please turn to Exhibit C5, which is the checklist, and paragraph 12, which is titled Location of the Proposal. Would you please give some general information such as the address and the parcel location of the site?
Sure. So the project location is at Logboom Park, which the address is referenced here as 17415 61st Avenue Northeast. It is referenced as a 12-acre property, so that's in direct reference to all of the total area of the Logboom Park. And then, of course, the adjacent property, which we've been talking about, is the Harbor Village Marina.
And then, would you please open to Exhibit C8, page 2. What is that page and what does it show?
So, yeah, this is an aerial overview of Logboom Park. The exhibit that this is attached to, C8, so this is the city's notice of application and optional SEPA notice. So this notification went to all of the property owners within 1,000 feet of the site, and was also published online and published on site, or posted on site. And the vicinity map is an aerial, so that was attached to the notification, and it calls out the general location of where the proposed pedestrian bridge is. And so you can see the Logboom Park is highlighted in green, and then where the big red arrow is the outlet of tributary 0056, which is what the bridge will cross over and connect into the boardwalk at Harbor Village.
And I think it'd be nice if you could clarify for all of us where the property lines are, if you know, are involved with this bridge project, that is between the park property, the marina property, and the condo property. Are you familiar with the layout enough so that you can describe generally where the project lies among those three properties?
Yes, so generally, the vast majority of the bridge is going to be on the public Log Boom Park side of the property. And then just on the other side of the outfall of 0056, a small portion of the opposite abutment for the bridge will be on the Harbor Village Marina property. North of that would be the Harbor Village condominium, which I don't believe there'd be any impact or any entry onto that property as part of the project.
I have you turn now to the checklist again and paragraph 11, which is on page 2. And as you can see, this has some general description about the project itself. Would you please scan it and give us some general information about the project, such as, for example, what is the size of the steel bridge that is being cast and placed on the site?
Yeah, so the bridge, the proposed bridge is going to be 8 feet wide by 35 feet long. And it's actually replacing a bridge that previously existed there that was washed out during, or not washed out, but damaged during a storm event that was sort of previously alluded to. I believe that occurred in 2007. And then at some point after that, it was unsafe to use and has subsequently been removed. And then kind of the years following that storm event between 2007 and today, the city's taken on a couple of projects to just stabilize and restore that stream bank area to prevent further erosion. Also as part of the project, it'll relocate some of the previous restoration plantings along the stream bank that may be in conflict with where the bridge location is going to be. So it'll restore those areas, and we'll be bringing in some topsoil and mulch and landscaping.
Well, thank you. Next, I'd like you to turn to Exhibit C30, which, as you can see, is just a general profile of the bridge. And I guess, so my question to you is Exhibit C30 in larger form on the easel board to your left? Or for the benefit of all of us who can't see very well?
What was the question?
Is a poster board to your left, is that a larger depiction of C30?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to ask you to paraphrase, or in some cases, because the checklist comments are fairly short, I'm going to ask you to paraphrase or read several of the elements of the checklist that, in our opinion, relate to the testimony we have heard so far and to the issues before the hearing examiner. So if you go to C5, our checklist, I'll refer you first to section B1E, which is on page 3. So could you summarize what the section is asking for and what the answer was?
Yeah, the question is describe the purpose, type, total area, and the approximate quantities of the total affected area of any filling, excavation, and grading proposed, and then to indicate the source of the fill. So the checklist response is that grading will only occur in the bridge footing and abutment areas as necessary to level footings and abutments. Some localized trenching will also be needed for minor drainage improvements. Approximately 40 cubic yards of cut and 40 cubic yards of fill is proposed. So when I read this, basically I see that as a balance in terms of the cut and the fill. So this tells me there'd be no soil leaving the site and no soil coming onto the site. So everything excavated for the abutments and the footings is going to stay on site and will be reused as fill.
And could you do the same thing for the paragraph right below, lettered F?
Yeah, could erosion occur as a result of clearing, construction, or use, and if so, generally describe? And the response is yes, erosion could occur as a result of construction. Thus, silt fencing and related BMPs or best management practices will be installed at all waterward and down gradient limits of construction.
And turning now just a couple paragraphs down is letter H. Is that essentially saying the same thing as you just stated?
Yes, and then it elaborates that there's going to be mulching and relocated native plantings.
So going down the page to B3A2, which is the bottom quarter of page 4, will you please summarize the checklist requirement for information and the answer?
Yeah, the question is, will the project require any work over, in, or adjacent to the described waters? If yes, please describe and attach available plans. Yes, the overwater work will be required to set the prefabricated bridge over tributary 0056. However, no in-water work will occur.
Now let's go next to B3A3 at the bottom of the page 4.
Yeah, estimate the amount of fill and dredge material that would be placed in or removed from surface water or wetlands and indicate the area of the site that would be affected. And the response is no fill or dredge material will be removed from or placed in waters.
Now let's turn the page to page 5, and in the bottom third of page 5 is subsection C called water runoff. So could you talk to us about C1, which says source of runoff?
Yes. So the question is, describe the source of runoff, including stormwater, and the method of collection and disposal. So the response is that during construction, tributary 0056 will be protected by silt fencing and by coordinating construction to occur during summer months or as authorized by WDFW. After construction, stormwater runoff from non-pollutant generating pedestrian pavement would be at a minimum and managed through localized dispersal.
And will you please summarize next C2 at the bottom of page 5?
Could waste materials enter ground or surface waters? And the response is waste materials could enter ground or surface waters only in the event of a disaster or spill. Spill prevention control and countermeasure BMPs will be utilized to prevent and minimize spill occurrences during construction.
Okay. Now, if you could turn to page 7, and the bottom of that is relating to the topic environmental health. Would you please talk to us about 7A?
Yeah, the question is, are there any environmental health hazards, including exposure to toxic chemicals, risk of fire and explosion, spill, or hazardous waste that could occur as a result of this proposal? And the response is spills of construction materials or fuel for construction tools could occur, and a spill kit will be kept on site during construction for this reason.
And right below that is 7A1, which, as you know, we heard some discussion about previously. So could you describe that and describe the question and summarize the answer, and then give your comments on how you interpret the word site in that section.
Sure. The question is, describe any known or possible contamination at the site from present or past uses. The response is no contamination is listed in the Washington Department of Ecology's searchable online databases. And as a SEPA reviewer, when I'm looking at this as it pertains to the bridge project, I'm looking really at what is going to be impacted as part of the bridge. So in this instance, it's very localized in terms of where is the bridge going to be constructed, what is the impact, and I guess really what are the limits of construction associated with the project. That's how I would define site in this instance.
So under that definition, you wouldn't then consider the sediments and water around the boat moorages in the marina. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. And finally, on the checklist, 7A5, which is on the next page, page 8, would you again please summarize the question and the answer?
Yeah, the question is propose measures to reduce or control environmental health hazards. Response is no in-water work is included as part of this project. All construction contractors, vendors, and workers should stay out of the tributary at all times.
Thank you. Now, turning your attention to City's Exhibit 25, which is a Department of Health consultation paper. I'd like you to, first of all, state generally what this is about, what does it cover, and then I'm going to ask you to read a couple of places in it.
Yeah, so C25 is the health consultation prepared by it says right there on the cover sheet, by the Washington State Department of Health with a cooperative agreement with the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. And it's my understanding that this health consultation was prepared as a follow-up to, I believe, what the city exhibit C23, which is the larger Kenmore sediment sampling and analysis plan.
Okay.
Can I ask a question before you get into the details of that document? Mr. Bauer, when you're testifying about the environmental checklist and your last response was to quote on page 8 of the checklist that all construction contractors, vendors, workers should stay out of the tributary at all times. My question is about this as an enforceable condition. I know it's in the checklist, but what does the city do? It does not condition the MDNS or a DNS to that point. Mm-hmm. How is that carried out in the city of Kenmore?
In this instance, there will be subsequent construction level permits that are required. So we can certainly condition any one of those permits. And then also, it's a city project, and so obviously there's interest there that the city kind of keep its word of what's being put in the SEPA checklist.
I see. So are you telling me that what's in the checklist that might be committed to, and there's a number of areas you testified to about this, that look like conditions, and it's your testimony that because it's a city project, those commitments, pledges, or conditions in a checklist are ones that the city then would comply with during the project?
Yeah, I mean, partially. That goes with any type of permit or decision the city issues for anybody. It's for a defined scope of work, and we can't condition and restrict any possible unforeseen circumstance that may arise.
Mm-hmm. Okay, very fair. Thank you. Now back to you. We're looking at Exhibit C25.
Right. And you're summarizing the the basic purpose of this health consultation, and were you finished?
I think so with the
Okay.
summary, yeah.
So in light of that summary, I'd like you to read, and they're very quick, conclusion 1 and conclusion 2 on page 3 of this health consultation.
Yes, so conclusion 1 on page 3 states, touching, breathing, or accidentally eating sediment from public access areas, as well as areas with limited public access, is not expected to harm people's health. And conclusion 2 states that swimming or accidentally ingesting groundwater discharging from the KIP, which is Kenmore Industrial Park site, or surface water tested by the City of Kenmore near Logboom Park is not expected to harm people's health.
And then if you could please quickly read the top of page 4, which is called basis for decision.
It states the maximum level of contaminants found in groundwater at the edge of the KIP site and surface water near Logboom Park pose an insignificant cancer risk and are not expected to cause non-cancer health effects.
And then I'll call your attention to page 12 in the middle, right under the bold heading dioxins and furans. There's a furans. Furans.
Yeah,
Could you please read that paragraph?
Sure. It states dioxins and furans, dioxins in parentheses, consist of congeners which differ in the number and location of chlorine atoms on the chemical structure. The primary sources of dioxin releases to the environment are from burning fossil fuels and wood during the incineration of municipal, medical, and hazardous waste. They also are the result of certain pulp and paper processes. Dioxins also occur at very low levels from naturally occurring sources and can be found in food, water, air, and cigarette smoke.
All right, and related to what you just stated, could you please turn to page 3 of Exhibit C26, which is titled Public Meeting Summary, July 18, 2012. Could you briefly tell us what this document is referring to, and then I'm going to ask you to read a couple of sentences from page 3.
Yeah, so this is a publication from the State Department of Ecology. It's a public meeting summary dated July 18th, 2012. And this is, it references the Kenmore Industrial Park and the Kenmore Lakefront area.
All right, on page 3, right in the middle, you'll see a paragraph, actually 2 paragraphs that begin with the word dioxins. If you could start under the topic dioxins and sediments, could you start with the third sentence of the second paragraph, which begins with the words exhaust from vehicles, and read through the next paragraph?
Sure. Exhaust from vehicles, forest fires, and wood or coal burning can release dioxins into the air. Small amounts at levels not considered harmful are found in various paper and pulp products. For more information, see Ecology Publication 10-09-053, which is entitled Natural Background for Dioxins, Furans in Washington Soils, dated August 9, 2010. And Lower Duwamish Waterway Seattle Soil Dioxin Study, dated July 6, 2012. Dioxins can be found at low but detectable levels throughout the world. They tend to stick onto small particles. Soot and other fine airborne particles settle to the ground. Soils near burning sites may contain dioxin contamination. Stormwater carries these particles to storm drains to streams or lakes. Dioxins in water do not readily dissolve and tend to settle to the bottom and stick to sediment particles. places where particles and silt settle or accumulate, such as dips in stream beds or where puddles form, may have raised levels of dioxins if the incoming particles carry the chemical. If carried downstream, such particles may accumulate near stream mouths or drain outfalls. And then once it sticks to particles, dioxin holds on, it tends not to let go. Lake or stream bottoms with dioxin contamination may continue to accumulate and is very unlikely to release dioxin into the water.
You've heard today Ms. Hurst, the appellant, state repeatedly that she would like for the city to have tested the soils in the project area prior to issuing the SEPA DNS. Would you please tell us whether you're aware of any state laws, any state regulations, any city code provisions that require testing?
No, I'm not aware of any.
Do you know of any of the same laws or code provisions that recommend testing?
No.
In response to the notice of application and calling for comments relating to SEPA, did you or the city receive any comments from the Department of Ecology on this project and that notice of application?
No.
And so Ecology would not have requested the city to do any testing? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Next, could you please tell the hearing examiner, to the best of your recollection, what documents you relied upon during your SEPA review in order to make the recommendation to the SEPA responsible official to issue a DNS?
Sure. Yeah, as part of my SEPA environmental review, I relied heavily on the project plans, which were prepared by Pertit and entered in as Exhibit C2. And then also the JARPA form, which is Exhibit C3. The Critical Areas Report, which was also prepared by Pertit, that's Exhibit C4. The SEPA Environmental Checklist, Exhibit C5. And then more broadly, the Ecology Kenmore Area Sediment and Water Characterization Environmental Evaluation Report, which is dated May 2013. That's Exhibit C24. The Department of Health, the Health Consultation, Exhibit C25. And also would have considered and taken into account any comments from any other state agencies or any other groups.
Thank you. Are there any other comments that you would like to make to the hearing examiner today? And I apologize because I know we talked about a couple of things, but I didn't put in my notes. I recall there are a couple of things that you wanted to bring to his attention.
Yeah, I think a couple other people will kind of speak to some of these things. You know, there was some confusion on some of the matters in the SEPA checklist today. I think one of which was the impervious area, kind of that there was some information in there that maybe stated that it was over 10,000 square feet of impervious area. I believe that question was responded in relation to all of the existing impervious area on the park, whereas if you just look at this proposed project, it's beneath the threshold for any type of drainage review.
Well, do you know what the impervious surface area would be? I think the way I heard it was expressed as a percentage of the project site, and we've already kind of gone through testimony that project site had at least a couple definitions in the checklist. Kind of confusing for the normal person, but you clarified with your, I guess as your hat as a planner, what, helping the responsible official? Because you did you sign this checklist?
No.
No. But you had a hand in helping prepare it? Was that part of it?
I was the reviewer. Yeah, I did not.
Somebody else
prepare.
prepared it, a consultant to the city.
Correct.
And then you looked at it, said, okay, looks fine to me, given your understandings of what project site means. So back to the question, or your response, 2% was of a project site described as 12 acres. But do we know, can you tell me what the impervious site area is of the project?
I would need to look at the plans exactly on
Well,
what
where
the,
would it exist? Where would it be?
of what the new
On the run-up
impervious
to the
area is.
bridge? Yeah, I mean, we're not, you got it right here in front of us, the C-26. Isn't it just the run-ups to the bridge? Is the bridge itself considered
Essentially,
impervious?
yes. The bridge itself is going to be a graded material, so
Impervious
it wouldn't
surface.
be, nothing would be impervious on that.
Mm-hmm.
So it would essentially just be the walkways on either side leading up to the bridge.
They're 8 feet wide, is that correct?
Yes, approximately.
Approximately 8 feet wide, and I don't know, does that show, does it have a scale on there?
I think the answer to the question would be in exhibits.
We have help from the city attorney.
We will have a witness who could answer your question. He's going to
Okay,
be testifying
well,
about
he
the
was
project.
telling me what the impervious area was.
Go ahead.
All right, I guess somebody else is going to answer. That's
Yeah,
what you
I was
said,
just
too.
going to direct you to the plans in the city
Okay.
exhibits.
In any event, it's not 10,000, that's your point.
No.
All right. There's something else you wanted to express too, or is that it?
I think that was it.
Okay, well, thank you for your testimony. Ms. Hurst, the appellant here today, may have some questions for you.
I do. So you're aware of the shoreline management program,
Yes.
and you're aware of the data gaps as far as known contaminants in that program?
Can I get that clarified? There's the Shoreline Management Act, and there's the
Shoreline
Shoreline
Management Program.
Shoreline Master Program.
Yes,
The Master
every-
Program.
Yes.
Okay. it's not a
Management program. Every city had to do
Shoreline
one.
Master Program.
This one's called the management program.
Okay,
Why, I don't
fine.
know.
Whatever it is, we have it, reference to it as part of the city ordinances, do we?
Yes, what happened in 2000...
I don't want the background of the
Well,
plan itself. You have a question for Mr. Bauer, go ahead and ask.
Yes, so are you aware of the data gaps in that shoreline master program?
I'm not sure what you're referring to with data gaps.
If you look for contaminants of concern, you'll find data gap all along the shoreline. You didn't ever notice that in your master program, and you're familiar with the master program?
If I had something in front of me, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I don't have it right now. What happened was...
Let's not go to testimony.
This is important because Rod said...
Well, here's what's important.
Yes.
This is really important.
Yes.
And I'm doing the best I can to be very compliant with what's called due process. And what's important is that as the appellant now, you have a chance to ask this witness questions. You're not to testify at this point.
Since that shoreline master management program was okayed, has ecology ever required testing? And do you know why?
Not that I'm aware of, not on any projects that I've been a reviewer on.
Do you know why the ecology's not required testing?
Mr. Examiner, if I may, this is way beyond the scope of his testimony, and as Mr. Examiner
no, I don't
has...
think so. You ask about ecology and whether they commented that they should do testing.
I know.
But she's talking about the Shoreline Master Program of this city.
I am.
No, I think she got off of that. The question I heard was, has ecology ever required testing as part of the environmental review? Right?
Not since the shoreline management program was passed, because
Or
that
whatever,
is...
he answered that, and then do you know why? That's a simple question.
Okay.
Then you had an objection, but
I get confused about the
it can get
combining
confusing.
together of the topics.
But why, do you know why?
No.
He wouldn't know why ecology didn't require testing.
Do you know why, Rod?
It doesn't matter.
It's law. It's law.
Okay. Stick to the questions of the witness. You're here.
Okay.
You're given an opportunity to ask clarifying
Okay.
questions.
So the city of Kenmore has the authority to require testing now.
That's a
Ecology no
question.
longer
Is that a
does.
question?
No, I'm sorry. Okay, this came to us. What is your background as far as a SEPA reviewer? Your education?
Sure. So, as I mentioned earlier, I've been with the city for about 9 years, and over that time, I've reviewed many different projects related to many different types of proposals. I've done countless reviews under the State Environmental Policy Act.
Do you have a background in environmental science?
My undergrad was urban studies and environmental studies.
Thank you. Well, I'm not going to beat up Andrew. It's fine. Thank you.
Did you want to have a dialogue with someone else in the room?
No,
Okay. Then, are there any other questions for Mr. Bauer?
not of Andrew.
All right.
Thank you.
We have some other witnesses the city would like to present.
Yes.
And I'd like to get through with the hearing today, as we agreed we should try to do. Okay, so you have another witness you'd like to present?
Our next witness is Dan Berlin.
Good afternoon. Please raise your hand and take the oath. Do you swear to tell truth and testimony you give today?
I do.
And your name, please, for the record.
My name is Dan Berlin.
Mr. Berlin, could you please tell us about your background and experience, focusing on education, licenses, work history, relevant experience to the issues here like sediment testing and other testing?
Sure. I am an environmental consultant, and I've been doing environmental consulting for 15 years here in Seattle. I specialize in contaminated sediment investigation, testing, and interpreting chemistry results. My undergraduate degree was in biology, and my master's degree is in environmental management from Duke University. I've been project manager on contaminated sediment cleanup projects for the last 10 or so years, and that includes state-led cleanup projects that Department of Ecology is required, and is also as well Superfund sites, federal cleanup projects that's led by EPA. Many of those are in Seattle, in Lake Washington, and also in Puget Sound. And then I've published papers on sediment cleanups both in the U.S. and Canada. And my experience, particularly with the city of Kenmore, is that I was the project manager and the lead for the Kenmore Area Sediment and Water Characterization report that was conducted in 2012 and published in 2013.
And is that report one of the exhibits for the city?
That is Exhibit C23.
Could you please open that up, please? I'm assuming that because you worked on that report, you're familiar with it enough to be able to tell us generally what the purpose of the report was and how that relates to this particular appeal.
Yeah. There's been a lot of discussion about sediment quality today, and I think it's appropriate to rely on this report for some of the information that was gathered that's relevant to the discussion today. The City of Kenmore commissioned this report and prepared it in partnership with the Department of Ecology. And so the initial goal of the report was to characterize sediment that may be dredged, and there were concerns about contamination in other parts of Kenmore, particularly in the shoreline areas, including Logboon Park, Stream 0056, Harbor Village Marina. And so ecology contributed additional funding to the study to investigate sediment quality in these areas.
And Mr. Berlin?
Yeah.
Before you continue, did you say you were the primary author of this? Or?
Yeah, so I'll explain, yeah. So the Department of Ecology published the report, and in it, this is a summary of the data that my company collected and that I was the project manager for. In Appendix A, Anchor QEA prepared the sediment sampling analysis plan, and in Appendix C, my company prepared the results memorandum. And so Appendix C includes all of the data that was collected. And in the main body of the ecology report, Exhibit C23, Department of Ecology summarized the results that is included in Appendix C. And so the tables that Ecology present, tables 1 through 10 in their report, is a snapshot of, or the highlights of the complete data set that's included in Appendix C.
Mr. Berlin, as part of the testing that you did, and is summarized in the appendix to this DOE report, were there test samples taken from areas in the vicinity of this project site? Specifically, I'm referring to HT5, HT6, and HT7.
Yes.
So would you please, first of all, let me ask you whether Exhibit C27, which is a large photograph with a legend on it, whether that illuminates what I just asked you.
Yes. C27 shows the locations of all the sediment samples that were collected as part of that study. And you can see Harbor Village Marina is kind of right in the middle. HT05 is right on the corner of Log Boom Park there and very close to the outlet of the creek. HT06 is right in the mouth of the creek, almost exactly in the location of the proposed bridge. And then HT7, if you follow the creek up to the north, is also in the bed of the creek upstream. These samples were specifically added to the study to understand whether there was contamination present in the creek that may be moving out into the lake, including into Harbor Village Marina, and also to understand whether there was risk to humans that may come into contact with the sediment or to other ecological organisms that live in the sediment.
Okay. Could you please tell us the results of that testing, and if possible, I know there's a lot of information in this I have trouble finding oftentimes, but could you refer to the hearing examiner to where the test results for each one of these are located so we can follow along with you?
Yeah. Well, I think in C23, the ecology report, Table 3 is a summary of the information for sample HT05 and HT06.
And this is Table 3 in which of the...
It's Table 3 in C23.
But is it in the summary in the front, or is it in the appendix?
I'm looking at the summary in the front, the ecologies.
Okay, thank you.
It's a legal-sized piece of paper.
Make sure I got the page.
Looks like this.
Well, that's not, I have Table 3, there's unfortunately, no page numbers, but there is, after page 24, there's a tab marked Tables, and then there's a Table 3. Is that a different Table 3 than you want me to reference?
No, it's Table 3. It's titled Public Works and Boat Launch Sediment Sites.
Yes.
Thank you. And it has blue and yellow
It's
highlights?
got blue and yellow, right.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So you can see that this is a summary. It's not all of the inlights that were tested, but these are the inlights that Ecology felt were most appropriate to represent, considering the concerns about the contamination in this area. Log Boom Park samples HT05 and HT06. You see those two columns on the right. And you can see that none of those columns are shaded blue or yellow, which indicates that those two samples are below the Washington State Sediment Management Standards freshwater screening criteria.
If you could tell us where the criteria comes from, is that state regulation?
Yeah, that's the columns that are colored blue and yellow. That is titled Screening Criteria SMS Freshwater is listed in the Washington Administrative Code. It's 173-204, and those are state requirements for cleanup. And they serve as screening values to determine whether cleanup should be required and whether there is an adverse effect to benthic organisms, so organisms that live in the sediment. And as you can see, that there was no detected concentrations that were above the most protective criteria in either SC5 or SC6. HTO5. HTO5 is the one right in the corner of Log Boom Park, and HT06 is a sediment sample in the footprint of the proposed bridge.
And I'm referring you to the bottom of that table 3, because you've heard today a lot of discussion about dioxins. Was dioxin tested?
Dioxins in the bottom row of that table there. You can see that the concentrations are 1.2 and 1.3. That's the toxic equivalent, the total dioxin concentration in parts per trillion. And those concentrations are very low. There is no criteria for dioxins in the code. It is derived on a site-specific basis. But as Ecology mentions in their report, those concentrations are below the concentration that's been derived for natural background in Puget Sound. Natural background concentration in Puget Sound was calculated by Ecology to be 4 parts per trillion, and these two concentrations are below the natural background level.
And so why are we talking about Puget Sound instead of Lake Washington?
Well, Lake Washington is an urban area, and it's acknowledged by Ecology that levels of dioxin are generally higher in the sediment in Lake Washington.
Why is copper so high for HT5? About 200 times higher.
Right. Yeah, copper is higher. I don't have an explanation for that. HTO5 is just around the outside of the outlet of the creek on the corner of Log Boom Park. But it is elevated above other samples in the area, but it is also below the freshwater screening criteria, which is 400 for copper.
Which is what?
400. So the 220 at HTO5 is below the 400.
Go ahead, because you've only talked about 5 and 6.
Yeah, so that's 5 and 6. There's one other sample that Ecology chose not to present in their summary table up front, which is HT07, which is in Appendix C of this report. And it also has no exceedances of any of the freshwater criteria for any of the compounds tested. And that includes PCBs, pesticides, metals, PHs or polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, phthalates, phenols, chlorinated hydrocarbons, and tributyl tin. And so it was a very extensive list that was tested by these stations. HT07, which is upstream of the proposed bridge location, had a dioxin concentration of 0.99 parts per trillion, which is also below the 4 part per billion natural background concentration.
Why isn't that in the same table?
That's a question for Ecology. They did not, I guess, feel like it was they may have felt like it wasn't a concern to the citizens since it's not on the shoreline. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Mr. Berlin, you mentioned natural background and marine environments as being a level for contaminants or hazardous substances. Does that concept come from the regulations? Does it come from something else?
It comes from the guidance manual that the Department of Ecology published with the recent update to the sediment management standards, to 173-204. That's called the Sediment Cleanup Users Manual. It's affectionately referred to as SCUM. And in that guidance document, they describe procedures for calculating natural background using a population of samples and statistics, and they calculate the natural background concentration using what they feel is an appropriate data set for all of Puget Sound, and they calculate it to be 4 parts per trillion for dioxins.
Do you know where that information you just testified to is specifically located? In this
Yeah,
marina?
the natural background concentrations are in Table 10-1 of that guidance document.
Oh, thank you. Are you finished describing the test results themselves?
Yeah, I think that the only other thing to say would be that these concentrations that I just mentioned were all considered as part of the health consultation that Andrew read from earlier.
Is there a concept called cleanup levels, which is, I guess, a little different from when you said natural background and marine environment levels? Is there a concept that's generally referred to by lay people like me as cleanup levels?
Well, I think the freshwater screening criteria that were in those blue and yellow columns of the summary tables are generally what ecology will use to require cleanup in certain areas. Some of those areas, if an area is recovering on its own, they don't require cleanup in all cases for concentrations above those levels. Natural background is generally used with respect to establishing protective levels, particularly when you're considering human health. And so those blue and yellow columns are derived specifically for organisms that live in the sediment. Dioxins is also or more particularly, is a human health concern. And so in the absence of doing risk calculations to determine what a level that is protective for dioxins in sediment for humans, the Department of Ecology defaults to natural background if that calculation has not been done. In this case, there is a health consultation that has been done for the specific site that we're talking about. And so they determined that the concentrations in the sediments are not a risk to humans.
So is it fair to say that if the levels that you've testified to and that are in these tables are both natural background in marine environment levels and below cleanup levels, that the Department of Ecology would not be initiating investigations and doing cleanup and remediation?
That's correct.
Thank you. So the report that you helped prepare with Department of Ecology, obviously when we're looking at these tables and results, shows a number of tests done in a number of places besides these three, in Lagoon Park and Lake Washington and the Kenmore Industrial Park and Sammamish River, et cetera. Are you able to determine, or was Department of Ecology able to determine, based upon those test results, the source of those hazardous substances, that is, where they came from?
No, they were not. They observed that the sediment concentrations, particularly for dioxins, were higher in the marinas. That's Harbor Village Marina and North Lake Marina. Much higher than what is present in the stream. They have not determined the source, and they've encouraged that if additional dredging of those marinas is to occur in the future, testing will be required. But the source is very unclear. There are, as far as potential sources go, there is boat activities. There's combustion that's associated with marine vessels in the marina, and there could have been historic spills. The contamination that is present in the marina goes down very deep. Based on the 2000 the sediment samples that were collected.
Okay, the answer is no, they don't know the source.
We don't know the source.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate shorter answers.
Okay.
I know you investigate to depths.
Well, I could talk for a long time.
You
about
could.
this.
I have that impression. Your expertise is recognized. Your short answers are appreciated.
Thank you. Mr. Berlin, in your professional opinion, do the levels of hazardous substances in a sample in Lake Washington, that is, let's say, Harbor Village Marina around the moorages, translate into levels on the dry land above the ordinary high water mark? In other words, can you make that correlation for any test result in the sediments in the water?
The criteria developed for sediment by ecology are specifically for exposure to benthic organisms. And so those criteria tend to be more protective than levels that are considered protective in soil in the upland areas. For example, for unrestricted land use. The dioxin criteria for unrestricted land use is 11 parts per trillion. The dredge material management program, which determines whether sediment is suitable to be dredged one place and disposed of in an open water disposal location, is 4. And so it is more protective. The in-water criteria is more protective typically than criteria that are established for upland uses.
So therefore, is it fair to say that when the city's responsible official, in determining that there should be a DNS for this project, determined that the test results in Lake Washington at the marina were not relevant to this project and the SEPA DNS? Was that a rational or reasonable conclusion to make?
It seems reasonable.
Thank you. And as I asked Mr. Bauer, are you familiar with any state laws or regulations or city code provisions that require testing prior to the issuance of a SEPA DNS or any SEPA threshold determination?
I'm not aware of any.
Are you familiar with or aware of those laws and regulations and code sections that would recommend that there be testing?
I'm not aware of any that recommend testing.
I missed that. Did I hear too?
He's not aware of a requirement for testing of soils. Okay,
I have
thank
nothing
you
further,
for the
Mr.
testimony.
Zammer.
Do you have any questions? or
Yes,
assertions you'd like
yes.
to ask?
I'd like to go back to A14, the bottom of the page. In November 2012, Ecology and the City of Kenmore conducted nearshore sediment sampling. So it was Ecology and the City of Kenmore, and which entity hired you?
The City of Kenmore.
Okay, thank you. Does the 2013 study cover contact with soil or just underwater sediments?
It covers contact with underwater sediments, and that was one part of the health consultation. And then the other part was the sediment that was on the beach area at Log Boom Park and in Stream 0056, which considered direct contact from people using the beach.
So this was all water sediment. This was not upland sediment.
The beach sediment is periodically exposed when the lake is low, and
Yes.
so it's considered sediment, but it's also considered soil.
What was it in 0056, though? Underwater or along shore?
The samples were collected in the stream where there was sediment present, and so that tended to be along the edges of the stream where there was. It was not underwater in all areas.
Because you used a hand trowel for those samples.
Used a hand
correct?
trowel, yes.
So you're not going to be underwater?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so that was safe for contact if it remains on the skin?
That's what the Department of Health determined.
Okay. And did your report address eating the fish?
My report just described the data results in Appendix C of C23.
Okay. I'd like to refer you, did you hear A16? The ecology response to PERC when I was reading those parts?
What exhibit is this?
This is A16. Do you,
A16?
maybe...
A15, is that the...
That's the ecology letter talking about this report.
Which exhibit? I'm sorry. I have
A16.
C's. I have C's in my binder.
Do you want to give him A16?
Or is it A14?
We'll think about it, yeah.
A14 I already read.
Okay, I don't have A15 as a letter.
Yeah, you have A16, we went through.
A16, okay.
1-6, yeah.
A16, September 24th, 2013 letter to
Yes.
Ms. Mooney.
Yes. From Mara O'Brien, who is the lead ecology person for this area.
And Mr. Berlin was here when you referenced that letter.
He was, yes. So I would like to read a couple of things that I read before and one that I didn't.
He might be already familiar with it, so you have a question about aspects?
Yes. She contradicts you in that she said this study was a screening level evaluation as a first step to assess the sediment conditions in these areas.
And what are you referring to? What page?
Number 4 on page 3.
Okay.
What's the contradiction?
And you had a question about that for Mr. Berlin?
Yes, this was a preliminary study. Is that correct? It was not a finite study.
I think my understanding of what MORA means here is that if there were indications of contamination in certain areas that required further evaluation, then further evaluation may be conducted.
After the study, she says follow-on studies will involve deeper sediment sampling in the channel and marinas. Further sampling of the channel and marinas for dredging will extend to and beyond the dredging depths. Then down in number 6, again, the purpose of the report's conclusion was to provide some assurance to the risk from dermal contact and incidental ingestion associated with wading, swimming, and beach play in the public areas. This sediment screening evaluation does not address risk associated with fish consumption. And then she goes on to say that on page, that would be page 6, item 9, indeed, skin contact with sediment differs from skin contact with soils, as pointed out at the July 11, 2013 meeting. In the water, sediments do not remain in contact with the skin, as is in the case on land.
Okay, so you're asking Mr. Berlin a question about the
So-
study he participated in, and I think I understand your question. to be,
Yes, yes.
Was that considered a final study?
So, are you still considering this a finite study, a final study?
A final study.
Yes, as associated with health and soils upland.
At this point, it's the Department of Ecology's decision if they are looking for additional testing in certain areas, and what they have said is that they would like more testing in the marinas in the event that there is a proposed project in that area.
And they've also said that skin contact is more serious from soils than from sediments associated with wading at the beach.
Right. And my understanding from the health consultation is that they looked at exposure durations that treat the material at log, the sediment or soil, whichever you want to call it, since it is partially exposed part of the year. They use the more conservative screening procedures for that material, which is different than the sediment that was in the navigation channel that's always submerged throughout the year.
I understand that, but she says that it's worse than playing at the beach to have upland contact with soils that are contaminated because it's not washed off.
And my understanding is that the Department of Health consultation evaluates it based on soil, as if it were soil. The sediment, the exposure scenarios that they looked at in their report.
That's not what ecology says. And you were hired by the city, not by ecology.
Well, I think the Department of Health report describes the assumptions that were used for the submerged sediment and how that's different and more conservative in the intertidal areas.
Ecology understands this testing as associated with water play, period.
Does he agree or disagree? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, you're disagreeing with ecology's conclusion.
As expressed in this letter, A16.
Yes.
Right. I mean, I agree with the health consultation that says touching breathing or accidentally eating sediment from the public access areas is not expected to harm people's health.
Because it's washed off. That's what ecology determines.
Uh,
Okay.
in the health consultation, I believe
I have
they
no
use,
more questions, thank you.
I believe they use 120 days per year exposure for those.
Okay, do you have any other questions
No,
for Mr.
thank you.
Berlin? Thank you, sir, for being here today. City, I think, has 2 more witnesses.
Yes. And we will, I guess we'll next have Mr. Darrell Smith testify.
Please raise your hand to take the oath. Do you swear to tell the truth and testimony you give today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can state your name for the record as your attorney gets organized to ask questions.
My name is Darrell Smith, and I'm with Pertite, Inc.
Can you please tell us about your background and experience generally?
Yes, I'm a professional engineer with 24 years of experience.
Let's see, we might have to give you Exhibit C2. Do you have that with you right now, which is the drawings that were prepared by your company for this project? Do you have that with you?
Yes, I do.
I want to make sure that I have the same documents that you're looking at. What is your page 4? What is that title?
Is that the one labeled SP1, 4 of 9?
That is correct. It is also known as site preparation plans.
Okay,
Where does
thank
it
you.
say that? Oh, I see, down in the bottom right.
Right next to the SP1.
Thank you.
But would you please,
We're on sheet 4 of 9.
all right, so would you please talk to us about the project? I'm guessing what you probably would do is start with sheet 9 and work through a couple, 3 others. And focus your description of the project on the digging and grading of the site in order to install the bridge abutment, the bridge footing, the pathways, and anything else that is going to be disturbing the soil.
You bet. I think I'll walk through those plan sheets as essentially a timeline because that's in essence how they're organized. So on sheet number 4, SP1, Site Preparations Plan, this first calls out some of the initial erosion controls that need to be installed before any work can begin on the project. For example, the installation of a silt fence in between tributary 0056 and the upland areas. They also define a limited clearing and grubbing limit because we don't want to remove anything that is not necessary to construct the project. So that's in essence is what's being called out on this sheet, along with some removal of some concrete to tie into the concrete plaza at Log Boom Park on the westerly side, and that's necessary because the bridge will need to ramp up. I'll talk to the bridge when I get to the bridge plan sheets. I'm going to quickly go over sheet SN1, that's 5 of 9. These are the technical structural requirements of constructing the bridge. The next sheet is drawing 6 of 9, BP1, that is bridge abutment plan and bridge sections. And I think, you know, an easier exhibit really to look at is the one that is in front of you, this larger blow-up. Andrew, what was that exhibit called in the packet?
It is C30.
C30. And so, in essence, what we're trying to do with this project is create connectivity between the park and also the boardwalk that is over at the marina. Yes, it is a private marina, but there is public access on that boardwalk. And one of the goals is create greater connectivity along our shorelines. So we're proposing to build a 35-foot long prefabricated steel bridge that has a walking path about 8 feet or so. There will be a little bit of a concrete ramp section required on the log boom park side.
Let's get to that. What's the impervious surface area?
Yeah, the impervious surface area of that area is slightly under 500 square feet.
Of the entire project?
Of the entire project that is being disturbed. Basically, you have, about 8 or 9 feet wide, and it's less than, what it's about. Let me look at stationing. About 70, maybe 70 feet long.
Okay, thank you.
And also, there's also the issue of whether the bridge decking is graded or not. In the 60% plans, it's clearly called out that the bridge deck is graded. So that is not, so the bridge deck itself is not impervious. So you would have to subtract that distance from the distance that I gave you. So you'd need to subtract that 35 feet from that.
From the 500?
Well, I said it's just eyeballing it real quickly. It's about, here, let's do some short math.
I just was asking if you subtract the 280 from 500. You said
it's going to be less than 400 square feet that I can say, or sorry, 500 square feet that I can say definitively.
all right, thank you. You were walking through the project.
Right.
And we're now on the bridge.
Right.
And you walk over the bridge. What else do we need to see about that?
Yeah.
No water work at all?
No water work. We have a basic concrete spread footing on both sides that are being constructed in the uplands, so shore side up, we're not touching the riprap, we're not touching the banks at all. In fact, we're putting the silt fence and the softer materials that are in between those two areas to make sure that the contractor stays away from that shoreline.
How much soil are you moving?
The total range is upward towards 40 cubic yards. And when I say removing, it is being pulled out of the ground, likely stored on site. You build your foundations, you come back in, and you place that material back in. The site also is gaining a little bit of elevation on each end, and that accounts for the rest of those materials. That's how it balances itself out.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any
So
further
I understand
questions?
your last comment to mean that it's your anticipation that there will not be soil that needs to be taken off site as a result of this project?
Yeah, that is correct, and we believe that because we intend to build this project during the dry season. That's another, there's a variety of best management practices. One of the best management practices that's being used on this project is the silt fence, but there's also staging type issues, getting those erosion controls in place. Building in the dry is a best management practice. Installing a prefabricated bridge is also another type of best management practice because there is less chance of something than falling into the water.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for this witness, Ms. Hurst?
Yes. I'd like to go back to SP1, page 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see the silt fence and the grubbing area. How are you going to grub this area?
Grubbing is more of a term, is a specified term. So you remove grass, you remove root structures or things that might be in the way. We do very specifically, and I'm trying to think of. But to get to the direct point of your question, it's more of a performance issue. We do not dictate to the contractor how they are to grub.
Will the silt fence be up when the grubbing occurs?
It will be in place before the grubbing occurs.
So the plants then will be taken out of the grubbed area and put where?
That is currently defined in the current 95% set of plans.
So
and you're looking at a 60% set of plans which were turned in at the time of the SEPA process.
Yes. So you don't know if people are going to be close to the soil or there's going to be an excavator brought in, or how is that going to happen?
Well, the 95% of the plans have chain link fences barricading off the site to keep all personnel besides the contractor from entering the work zone, and that's a basic safety requirement.
So will they do it with their hands, or will they do it with a big machine, or how are they going to do it?
Yeah. Well, again, you're getting into methods and means which we try not to totally impose upon the contractor, but I would envision that a traditional backhoe would be utilized from the log boom side to do the basic excavation and some of the work in that location. On the boardwalk side, it's up to the contractor to get permission from the marina. Likely they would bring in much lighter equipment either from that side or even lifting it across the stream. We build trail projects all the time with pretty small equipment. Think of a motorized wheelbarrow, or think of a John Deere riding lawnmower size equipment.
Thank you. So lifting across the stream, I have wondered about this because you can't get a truck into a dump truck. You can't really get heavy equipment on the Harbor Village Marina side. It's just a boardwalk. So if you're lifting across the stream with a digger of some sort, how are you going to keep that from falling into the water? Because every time I see a digger, stuff's just dripping off of it, and it's a big old mess.
Right. Well, we don't plan on using a device called a digger, but a fairly typical short boom crane that you would rent from a basic rental store can achieve that lift fairly rapidly. The equipment on that side is not envisioned to be large at all.
So it would be like a conveyor belt that would just go across, like we saw in the photographs, or?
Almost something more like what you see a bucket truck that helps us out to bring power back online.
Like the clamshell bucket?
No, more like a bucket truck. More
like a cherry picker?
That's another term for bucket truck, I think.
Yeah.
It's close enough.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm concerned about, you're not dictating to the contractor. There's 200 square feet here that'll be grubbed on one side, and it looks like 400 square feet on the other, on the log boom side, which is more than the SEPA checklist said. It's 200 square feet more. And you're not stipulating how you're going to grub. Grubbing can be really messy. So I think that needs to be specified. It should have been specified somewhere. The contractors,
right.
You can just say then, oh, well, we didn't do that, the contractor did it. Somebody in the chain of responsibility needs to see that that contractor is under control.
I'm not sure this is the witness to do that. Let's
Okay.
ask him. Let's ask him if he
Okay,
is.
thank you.
Are you going to manage the project as well? Are you designing the project?
Right now, I'm contracted to provide for the design of the project. I have not been asked to provide construction management. I suspect, actually, the city will. The city
Okay,
performs
that's fine.
construction
And
management.
in the design of the project, when you go to the 95%, are there additional specifications that you would include?
Very much.
Landscaping work, basically?
That's right. And
Might
it,
those address just how that would best be removed and then replanted? I don't see it in the
Yes.
current plans.
yeah, and the 95% do just that. The 95% also call for a construction staging plan that tells you where equipment and materials can be stored. It also
We don't have
specifies
that
the protection of
we
the
don't have
plants.
that today, though, so I don't want to
Correct,
speculate.
correct.
But are you able to, at this point, testify to what you would include in that 95% plan?
Yes.
And could you do that with reference to why we're here today, which is to see if there would be any impacts from that would be a significant adverse impact to the environment, how you might prevent that from happening?
Yeah. Well, again, the key thing is absolutely control the work site, control the actions of the contractor so they do not, or very deliberately and thoughtfully make it very remote that they could spill either materials or equipment into the water. And so we're working on that right now.
Will you impose sanctions if are there sanctions if they mess up?
They're required to restore any property or anything that they damage, and that is in the contract specifications.
I'd like to see the 95% plans and the rules you impose on the workers. And one reason is, for other appeals around this shoreline, the contractors become cowboys.
Is that a question?
That's a statement, and I can back it up with several projects here.
You might have some other questions for this witness?
I don't. I thank you.
Thank you for
Yeah.
being here today.
A quick
You would redirect
redirect.
question?
Mr. Smith, you just had a discussion concerning grubbing and placement of the prefabricated bridge structure. Are there best management practices that would be applicable to both of those activities that you're aware of?
Yes, there is. You know, an example would be having the spill containment kit right there. So if there were any hydraulic bus or anything, you would immediately put out the equipment to contain it. And they also have to have an action plan. So.
And do you recall that Mr. Bauer actually testified to that the checklist says there'll be a spill containment, I don't know what they call it, piece of equipment around?
Correct.
Okay. And should I assume that you have worked with several or many public projects before?
Yes, probably well over 100. I've worked on the SR 520 floating bridge. I've worked on First Avenue South, Basquiat Bridge. Worked on a number of non-motorized bridge projects.
And in that experience, is it your understanding that the type of issues we've just talked about, BMPs for grubbing and clearing, that the typical condition is for the city to place that on the project itself, the permit for the project itself?
Yeah, the performance requirements to keep the site safe, orderly, erosion control is absolutely placed on the contractor, and the agencies absolutely have watchful eyes on the site to ensure that those requirements are being met.
And in your experience, is it typical for the checklist, which, by the way, I noticed that your firm helped the city prepare, would say in response to the grubbing and these other issues that the project would have to comply with BMPs?
Correct.
It doesn't get into any more detail than that, as long as the BMPs are clearly understood.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
May I ask one more question then? I mean, do I get a turn? I don't know what the procedures are. I'm really confused about the procedures.
Well, they're pretty clear. If he opened up some new areas, then you're able to ask questions about
Okay.
it. And the area that he did open up that
All
wasn't
right.
there before is
I-
best management practices. I don't want to get into a lengthy discussion
No,
about that.
no, I just have a quick question. So the best management practices were supposedly performed here in Kenmore by the WSDOT subcontractors, who eventually had 80 Clean Water Act violations.
I had no interactions with that project, so
I
I
see.
have no comment.
You were actually at the 520 bridge proper, not out here.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Mr. Salmon, I apologize, I just have one more question to ask him.
Okay.
Are you familiar with whether or not there's going to be an HPA issued for this project?
Yeah, it's my understanding there will be an HBA
And
issued for the project, or at least gone through the JARPA process.
okay, and in your experience, does the HPA often have conditions?
Very strict conditions that get then written into the contract specifications.
Okay. Thank you.
What triggers the HBA?
Price.
Do you know? Do you know what triggers that?
I actually do not. I think the next witness may be able to answer that. We're not doing any work in water, so as a civil engineer, I would
You've reached the limits of
argue
your
not to.
expertise.
But
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We're coming down to the final city witness.
Yes,
here.
finally, Mr. Jason Walker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Walker. Please take the oath if you would. Do you swear to tell truth and testimony you give today?
I do.
Thank you.
Will you please tell us who you work for and what your position is with the firm or company?
Yes, I work for Petite Engineering. I am the environmental planning manager.
What was your involvement with this project?
Well, I am a wetland scientist and a landscape architect. Myself and my small group that I supervise, we prepare all of the permitting documentation as well as do the type of ecological assessments for this type of project. We completed the critical areas report, completed the JARPA, and worked with the city on the SEPA checklist.
Okay.
I don't want to forget my question. Why an HPA?
Why an HPA? Good question. An HPA is required for any work below the ordinary high water mark of a water of the state, but it is also customarily required for any work above the ordinary high water mark as well. So setting a bridge and doing work above an ordinary high water condition is customarily applied for HPA.
Thank you.
Do you have any more information to provide us as to how the bridge structure itself will be installed? Are you familiar with that, or is that something we need to ask of someone else?
I'm not an engineer, but part of this was our collaborative discussion with the considerations of avoiding impacts to the stream and how this could be done using best practices, as Mr. Smith described. I've worked on several other pedestrian bridges across small tributaries, and it is a best practice to have a prefabricated structure, to construct the abutments outside of the stream, and then to lower the bridge in place with one action so you're not doing a lot of work above that stream to avoid impacts, things falling in the stream, etc.
Okay. And is it your anticipation that it can be this installation can be accomplished that way?
I believe so. I have done it in a similar way as a project manager on other projects.
And if you could now address an issue that came up during the hearing today, and that is, according to Ms. Hurst, a discrepancy in the checklist concerning species and their locations in this area, particularly the purple martin, and I guess also there was a discussion about Chinook salmon and other species, whether they're endangered or not. Would you please address?
Sure, I'll try
those
to best
topics that were raised?
Sure, thank you. I'll try to best recall the question. One of the questions was in regarding to, in the checklist, item 5, list any birds or animals which have been observed on or near the site or known to be on or near the site. And examples include. So in the checklist, we'll customarily circle those categories of terrestrial and aquatic species that would be commonly known to occur and or have been observed typically by our staff or other readily available information. So in that instance, we did circle songbirds, purple martin, our perching bird, also known as a songbird, and we did not circle heron because we did not readily observe that, although it would be common to see a heron there, but the heron did not come up in the Priority Habitats and Species database search. And we did, of course, circle salmon and trout. This is right at the mouth of Lake Washington, and they are known to occur. Salmon species, endangered salmon species, are known to occur in Lake Washington. But the reason that we did not indicate purple martin, it's known to occur on the PHS information, but typically we won't necessarily go down every species on that list. We did identify that in the JARPA form, which is Exhibit C3, and we do indicate specifically the location and the identification of that species, but that's in relationship to the Priorities and Habitat Species database, which the JARPA specifically asks the question, what priority species occur? This is more of a general question about known occurrences in the area. In relationship to the question about fish in the stream, our report objectively states which resource information indicates salmon presence in and near the project area. The database for the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife does not indicate documented presence of threatened and endangered fish in that tributary. It doesn't mean they don't occur, it's just they don't indicate it on their database. So we don't make that determination, we have the agencies make the determination. They are known to occur near the site, that's why we state in the SEPA that threatened endangered species are near, and Chinook salmon are listed, steelhead, bull trout. That is indicated, but the report states that information, but it also states that the stream itself, the tributary we've been discussing, is indicated on the state inventory as a type F, which is a fish-bearing stream, and it's indicated as a different type of stream under the city code. It's all those things. We're not denying any of that. We're just objectively listing how it is categorized through that information. And lastly, why we did not list purple martin in their consideration under SEPA of threatened endangered species is that species is not listed by the state or by the federal government as threatened or endangered. It is a state priority species, but not threatened, endangered, or sensitive under state law.
Okay, thank you. So finally, turn your attention to page 7 of the checklist, 7A1. And you'll recall that we had discussion earlier about the answer and the definition of site. Because your name is on this checklist, yes. Did you produce this answer here? And if so, could you explain to us how you interpreted the question being asked?
I may have. My staff worked on this as well, and then the city all comment, and we merge everything together. But I would have filled it out the same way, regardless. The indication of the nearby ecology facility hit, we call them on the database, is in the water and in the marina. Where we are proposing work is upland and in a different location and in a different environment, basically. So my understanding, and I believe the customary understanding of site would be where we're doing the project action, which would have the likelihood to have a probable adverse impact on the environment under SEPA, that we're not doing work in the marina here. We're doing work upland and at the location we're proposing.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I have nothing further.
Any questions for Mr. Walker?
I do. It concerns the same question Rod asked. So you did use the word "we" created this, and you worked with the city. And what struck me about this SEPA checklist is it looked an awful lot like some of the other SEPA checklists that have come through the city that have been authored by different groups. So I am wondering, when you use the word "we," did the city also help you fill out the checklist?
I believe I produced the first draft and the majority of the information, and as well as my staff. They do the research, and I review that and do the edit. I can't recall, but I don't believe they had a substantial amount of content to add. I believe the majority of the content actually came from my staff and with my edits.
It seemed to be the same as an earlier version, so I just wanted to double check because I read a lot of these, and I just question when they're the same. All right, I have this Purple Martin is not only cited there, you know it's a nesting colony right there. Okay. Okay, thank you.
He's nodding his head.
Yes,
Yeah. Oh,
sorry, yes.
okay.
Thank you. I didn't verbalize my answer.
Yeah.
No, where is that? You said that's on the JARPA that you completed?
Correct. The Purple Martin and that identification on the PHS database is indicated on the JARPA, specifically because that goes to Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and it's identified for them.
Okay, only through accessing that information. I'm looking at the JARPA form. Did you actually write Purple Martin somewhere there?
It is identified, yes. That Purple Martin and that
Yes.
and that identification of the species database is indicated on the JARPA.
But not heron or...
Okay.
The heron is not on the priority habitat species database for this area, although it would be a likely occurrence in that area or anywhere in the Puget Sound or near any water body where there's fish.
Okay, please continue. Do you have any more questions?
No, thank you.
Does that complete the city's presentation of its case?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay. We have some unfinished business in that the appellant brought in a new Exhibit A18, and you had an initial objection to that, and we never really got around to deciding it.
Oh,
She
I withdraw
suggested
my
that-
objection since we had an opportunity to take a look at it.
Okay, so that will replace the earlier A18. Okay, well, thank you for the presentation of your appeal. I know you did a lot of work in putting it together and all the copies that need to be done, and did it on time, and thank you for your effort in doing that. And for the city and its also responsiveness to what we did in advance of the hearing, including the motion that you brought to help focus the hearing. And that made it go much easier today, so that we've now completed the appeal hearing.
We don't
At
get a
4:45.
summary. We don't
Did
do
you want to do a closing statement?
I just do. There was
Feel
this,
the need for it? Okay.
right. There was this whack that I looked up, and this seems like such a little project, but it's in such an important place. And I just want to say, this is WAC 197-11-3303, and A struck me as the same proposal may have a significant adverse impact in one location, but not in another location.
Mm-hmm.
And I am just very concerned that this is that down the line, we may not know, but down the line, there could be something very significant because we don't know what's in that soil.
Okay. Mr. Kasaguma, extend the same courtesy to you if you want to have any closing remarks.
Thank you. As the hearing examiner knows, I submitted a pre-hearing brief. I'm sorry. Mr. Examiner knows I submitted a hearing brief, and I don't have anything further to say in addition to that brief because the testimony that was presented to you today is consistent with what I had anticipated.
Mm-hmm.
And my final statement is you may recall that I did reference this SEPA regulation in my brief,
Mm-hmm.
and we have an interpretation and application of it that I think is appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
So I have nothing further to add.
Okay, very good. Well, then you're leaving it in my hands to decide the issue of whether there is a significant adverse impact that wasn't disclosed by the city, and those impacts that were disclosed, whether they can be mitigated by the city ordinances that they're relying upon and by the construction documents that we've looked at today. And I'll do that. I'll do that within, I think, the next 10 days and have a decision out to you both.
Thank you.
Provided by the city. So thank you for your civility today. So at 4:45, we'll now adjourn.
Provided by the city, so it goes to the city and then comes to us?
Let's get off.
Oh. I didn't get that.
I don't know who it goes to.
I think it's fair we should